First and foremost, good morning and a warm welcome to today's Development Control meeting, which is the 6th of March 2024. But I'd like to, before we start, just make a few announcements if I could. Today our meeting will operate in two parts, Part A, and there will then be an interval before we start Part B. Part B will not start any earlier than 1 o'clock this afternoon. So if any members of the public are here for an item which is not item 5 on the agenda, you're very welcome to stay, but we won't be able to start on those agenda items until the earliest 1 o'clock. Look, due to the complex nature of the single agenda item, which is Part A, Shepherd's Grove, the development at Shepherd's Grove, we've introduced extended public speaking arrangements. It's my intention to offer a comfort break after all public speakers have addressed the committee and before the committee begins its discussion and debate. The meeting will be live streamed on YouTube, so if any member of the public attending the meeting objects to being filmed, please advise us immediately and we will ensure that they are not included in the filming. Although I do stress, the public gallery will not feature in the live stream, and the public speakers will only be filmed from behind where they are seated, and their faces will not be visible. So can I just check, just in case anybody is uncomfortable? Yes, sir.
Not happy with the video recording. I give my speech. I'm very content with the audio recordings.
Okay, and can we come back onto that, Nigel? And there was somebody else at the back there. Did someone else put their hand up? No, okay. my sight is not that good to see you clearly at the back. Right, so, okay, we've noted that. Thank you very much indeed. Now, if anybody has attended one of these committee meetings before, please note we've recently introduced electronic cue to speak functionality. So if you're used to committee members raising their hand to indicate to the chair that they wish to speak, we should now be able to do it using the microphones. And members have had 2 or 3 different meetings when that happens. The only difference here, members, is when we do the minutes, I'll look for hands for proposer and seconder. And also when we're looking for a seconder for a motion, I'll look for a hand as well. But other than that, just use the microphones as follows. You need to press the microphone button if you wish to speak. When you enter the queue, your microphone light will go green and it will flash when you are next to speak. If all goes well, I'll invite you to speak because you'll appear on my screen here. And before you begin to speak, the microphone has got to be red. Otherwise, we'll miss your opening comments. Everybody okay with that on the committee? Yeah? Right, we'll now move on to the formal agenda. So we start with apologies for absence, please, Claire. Sorry, please, Helen.
Chair, we have received apologies from councillors Mick Bradshaw and Rachel Hood.
Thank you very much indeed. And could I see if there are any substitutes, please?
Dave Taylor, covering for Mick Bradshaw.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Taylor. Right, we turn our attention now to the minutes of the last meeting, which was on the 7th of February 2024. First and foremost, I'll ask you, are there any comments or corrections that people have noted, members have noted? No, I certainly didn't note it either. So can I have a proposer, please? Councillor Whittam and a seconder, Councillor London. So the minutes stand unamended, proposed by Councillor Whittam and seconded by Councillor London. Can I see a show of hands in favour of the minutes, please?
That vote is unanimous and the motion is carried.
Thank you, Claire. Now we move on to declarations of interest, of which I understand there are a few. And members are reminded of their responsibility to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest or registerable or non-registerable interest which they may have in any item of business on the agenda, and that should be no later than when the item is reached and when appropriate to leave the meeting prior to discussion and voting on the item. So are there any members here? Okay, I'll take Councillor Thorndyke, Sayer and then Whittam. Councillor Thorndyke.
Thank you, Chair. I've been present at parish council meetings where this has been discussed and various other public bits and pieces. I don't think I've declared in any way I'm going to vote today. In fact, I probably don't know which way I'm going to vote today yet because this is rather finely balanced. Thank you.
So Councillor Thorndyke, can I just confirm that it's agenda item 5 that you're declaring an interest for, please?
I beg your pardon. Yes, agenda item. I thought that was only when we got on this half of the programme. Sorry.
It's all right.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Provided you keep an open mind, that doesn't preclude you from taking part in today's meeting.
Councillor Sayer, please.
I need to declare a non-pecuniary interest in item 6.
Thank you very much indeed. Claire will respond to that.
Thank you, Councillor Sayer. Can I just ask you to elaborate on the reasons?
Yes, I am a neighbour of the site and have commented for many years on applications in this area.
Thank you.
Councillor Whittam, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I have an interest in item number 7, which is the Brandon Remembrance Recreation Field Skate Park. I actually voted in favour of this on Brandon Town Council, so I have an interest in this and will leave the room when this issue comes up. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Councillor Whittam. That's been noted.
I have to declare that I am a member of Bardwell Parish Council, and Bardwell Parish Council are an objector to this application on item, which is item 5 on the agenda. As a matter of course, I do not discuss applications because of my role in any application in the parish council, and I don't vote on it either. So I have no particular interest in either way on this one either. I have a complete open mind on it. Claire, could you just respond, please?
Thank you, Chair. In a similar way to the advice given to Councillor Thorndyke, provided you keep an open mind, that doesn't preclude you from taking part in today's meeting.
Thank you, Claire. And I think after all of that, we can now invite Gary to begin the presentation, please, on Shepherd's Grove in Stanton. Over to you, Gary.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. This application, as you say, relates to a site at Shepherd's Grove in Stanton. It's a hybrid application, which means it's in both outline and full. And the application seeks full permission for a development on 27 hectares of the site, and this is for the storage, distribution and processing of accident-damaged and non-damaged motor vehicles. It also proposes a new roundabout, access road, additional landscaping on a further 5 hectares of the site. In outline, the application proposes the construction of buildings for commercial and roadside uses, hot food takeaway, B2, B8, C1 uses, Class E uses, which I'll come on to later in the presentation. However, all matters are reserved except for access to those facilities. So, as I say, the application is hybrid, both in outline and in full. Before I get started on my presentation, I'll just a couple of minor updates to the report, just for clarification. At paragraph 189, the last sentence should read 271 vehicles to depart and 56 vehicles arrive. That's my mistake, I got them the wrong way around. Paragraph 263, the reference there to paragraph 47 in the last sentence should actually read paragraph 153, so reference to 153. Okay, moving on to the presentation itself. The application is referred to Development Control Committee as the development is of substantial scale and also forms part of a strategic employment allocation. As you'll see, the application is recommended for approval, but I will point out Stanton Parish Council do support the application. However, a number of parish councils, as you see on the screen, have objected to the application, as well as a significant number of local residents, both within and outside of the district. As members will remember, a site visit took place on Monday, and we reviewed the site from all around, really, and also internally, as well as from Hepworth. And I shall make that clearer for you now. So here's the wider site location in the district. Site is located here. Hepworth is to the north of the A143, which is that road you can see running in green here. Ixworth is located to the west of the site. Obviously, Bury St Edmunds, the A14 much further to the south here, and you've also got Walsham and the Willows, which is outside our district. However, is a destination from Summer Road, which I'll come on to shortly, which is adjacent to the site. It is also very close to our district boundary. So members, when they visited the site, drove through Stanton to the site. They also looked from Hepworth Village, both from the street and Clay Lane, and also looked from inside the site as well. So hopefully that gives you a context of where the site's located within the district. The site itself, as I said, forms part of an allocation under policy RV4, which is outlined in blue here, filled in blue on the screen for you here. The dotted red line is the indicative access arrangements, which form part of the allocation policy. Outlined in red here for context is Shepherd's Grove Park, adjoining the site, which has its own settlement boundary outlined in red. The text on the left is just to, again, explain that the allocation is for B1, B2, B8 uses across the site. However, subject to viability, as it explains, further high-end value uses can be considered on the site, such as residential or indeed the roadside uses that are proposed. And of course, that is what has been put forward as part of this application. So the allocation does allow for all of those uses as proposed. There was a master plan for the site approved in 2019, which is on the screen for you. What this shows is the access to the site via a new roundabout. This is a central employment zone within the site. So the boundary of the site is the blue line, which also includes the existing industrial development at Shepherd's Grove. Certainly Shepherd's Grove, what we call Shepherd's Grove West and East. This area of the site was allocated for, in the master plan was zoned for residential. However, that does not now form part of this planning application. This red line here was an emergency access to the site only. A link to the site was proposed here of Grove Lane, which I shall come on to in a second. And of course, the main access from the site and the newly created roundabout. Of note is the central employment zone here, which is outside of the application boundary. And I will explain in a second that is subject to a separate planning application, which is running concurrently at the moment with this application by a separate applicant, of course. So this is sort of more of a location plan for the site. Again, the industrial area is outlined in blue. Application site is in red, which this element here is purely for the access and landscaping and the roadside uses. And then the main area of the site is for the vehicle storage and processing in this area. And then there's a small area which is an outline for B2, B8 use. So you've got the A143 running between towards this direction from Bury St Edmunds, Stanton Village. What I will point out here is the site is currently the access, or certainly the western part of the industrial area, which is here, is currently accessed via Stanton, either from Old Bury Road and then up Grove Lane, past the entrance to Shepherd's Grove Park and into this area, or indeed it's accessed down, which I believe is Hepworth Road, down here, turning left, and then again through Grove Lane. The eastern part of the industrial area is accessed off Sumner Road, which is this road here, which then continues on to Walsham Le Willows, as I mentioned previously, which is located here. Just an aerial location plan for you, just to put it slightly more context with the built form and also the countryside location, and also the area is split up into a northern area, a central area, and a southern area. And the main full application, as I mentioned, is within the southern area of the site. And of course, the access to the site via the newly created roundabout, which I shall show in detail for you in a second. Just by way of context, as I've already mentioned, there is an application on an adjoining site, which is undetermined, and of course is not for consideration at today's committee. But I just wanted to point out, in relation to the application that's currently proposed, which seeks the access in this area, the adjoining site is here, which includes some existing industrial buildings. It excludes the area here, which is the Suffolk Mushroom site, and of course this area, which is the DHL site. And as you can see, the application proposes quite significant large-scale employment floor space, mostly B8 use, but this is here purely for context to give you an understanding of what applications are at the moment. But obviously for consideration now is purely the other part of this allocation. So in terms of the site layout that's been proposed, here is the access off a new 4-arm roundabout to the site. So simply it's extended from the existing A143, new roundabout created, and obviously A143 will then carry on. This arm of the roundabout gets connected to Sumner Road. The area in between this arm of the roundabout and the A143 is stopped up, and that becomes cycleway or footpath only. So to access Sumner Road will be off the newly created roundabout, and then off down Sumner Road. So the eastern part of the site will be accessed via the new roundabout in this direction. And obviously the other arm of the roundabout here creates the new access for the site, which continues on down, gains access to the vehicle storage area that's proposed at the moment, and then continues via a newly created link through to Grove Lane, which is this area here. And the works to create that link have already been approved and agreed with the County Council, and there is a Section 278 agreement in place, which allows for those works to be undertaken in due course. And this area here just remains as an emergency access to the site. There's no formal access proposed. And of course, the areas in green are proposed for the landscaping for the site. The purple areas are in outline, and the remaining area in blue is in full. So in slightly more detail for you, the majority of the site is for storage, so it's a permeable area for storage, an impermeable area here for the processing of the vehicles, which includes mostly the removal of the fluids and depollution of the vehicles themselves. And there's a tank farm here, which is some tanks that will contain those liquids that are removed from the vehicles. And there are some offices, which I'll come on to shortly. Sorry, some buildings, including offices, which are located in this area. But the vast majority of the site is down for storage. The roundabout access is slightly more detail for you. Hopefully it's clear that it's a 4-arm roundabout and how that works and where the access is proposed. And of course, just to remind you again, this area gets stopped up. What's also proposed, which I've highlighted here in orange, is the is some additional upgrades or improvements to the footpath arrangements to the top of the street, which goes on to Hepworth, which is this area here. So as part of the roundabout, it has to be designed with footpaths and cycleways in place, which will then in time then connect on to other paths and also the paths through the site, as well as any future footpaths and cycleways on Sumner Road. But in this location here, this area, unfortunately due to land ownership, it does have to narrow down from its proposed 3 metre width here, but it proposes a footpath at the same width as the existing footpath on the opposite side of the street, which is located here. So what this does is provide a footpath that runs down and a crossing point at this location to then join in with the existing footpath. So I just wanted to make that point, and hopefully that's clear from the photograph that's also on the screen as well. So it does connect into, as much as possible, the existing footpath arrangements on that site. It's quite important because there is also a bus stop located here, which is also proposed by condition to be improved as part of this application. Just an aerial view of the site, showing the surrounding villages of Stanton, Hepworth, Barningham as well, which I also need to mention, as well as Wattisfield. Again, that's outside of our district, but also indirectly affected by the application. The A143 running here, and of course the 2 accesses proposed, the main one from A143 and then from Grove Lane at this location here. And of course Sumner Road, which runs on down to Walsham to Willows. Looking from the opposite direction, again, this is to show you the location of the new roundabout. I've got some more pictures for you of that. And obviously the site extends southwards in this direction with the existing employment areas, as you can see. The Grove Lane link to the site. So this is Grove Lane going past Shepherd's Grove Park to the site. So the new link that I mentioned, where the 278 agreement is already in place, is in this area. And also proposed as part of the application, as members will have seen from the site visit, is a new footpath to connect, to provide the missing link, if you like, between the link arrangements here to an existing footpath, which is located here outside the entrance to Shepherd's Grove Park. There's also a bus stop there as well. And then, so what this does is provide a continuous footway link all the way through into the village of Stanton. And obviously with the new access road to the site, vehicular movements are then significantly reduced on this access road, because there is no necessary need for any sort of commercial vehicles to enter the site this way. So it provides a safer route for cyclists as well, because of the reduction in traffic movements on that road. We're now looking at the northern area of the site, the location of the roundabout, which is in this area here, and this is Sumner Road, heading off down towards Walsham to Willows. So as you can see at the moment, it's just very much an open field with the existing industrial buildings and activities further to the south in this direction here. Then moving around to the top of the street, looking towards the site. And again, the area for the new roundabout location is in this area here. I've put this picture in because this is where members were visited the site. We entered the site down here to look at the sort of internal view of the site, if you like. And I've put these on the screen for you because this is effectively what you saw from the end of that track. You can see the existing industrial, I believe this is a packaging company that exists on the western part of Shepherd's Grove. But within the site, it's very much sort of just agricultural fields at the moment. This is the view looking towards the central and southern areas of the site, which is pointed here in the yellow arrow indicating that way. So we've moved down from the new access to the site. We're now looking in this location, and as you can see, Most of the buildings, the industrial activities are actually in the distance here, further away, screened by a lot of vegetation. But hopefully this gives you sort of a context generally of the character of the area in this location. To the right of this picture, and just coming into shot, are some residential properties on the A143, and they are relatively close to the access to the site, although a fair distance away from the actual commercial activities proposed to the south of the site. This is a view of the site looking from Grove Lane, heading towards the new link access to the area. You can see in the distance here the existing buildings at Shepherd's Grove industrial area, and obviously the link through to the site goes through this way. And just to the right of the picture here is more existing industrial buildings as part of the western area of the industrial estate. And just for more clarity, this is the extent of the proposed footpath improvement works that have been secured with this application, which is approximately 550 metres long. So it joins up what will be a footpath cycleway coming through from the site to an existing footpath opposite or close to where the bus stops are in this location here. These are the, as mentioned, the already approved highway improvements to Grove Lane. So this is what will provide the link road through, and it also provides for a footpath and cycleway coming along this location here, which you can see in blue. A slight build out is proposed around the trees. Hopefully it's clear on this picture. That build out comes out to around these existing trees, so that no trees are removed. And simply it just makes use of the width of this lane to create an access road with a build out, which also is a traffic calming feature as well. And of course there's a change in priority as well in this location. So this is Upthorpe Road, where it joins with Grove Lane, and there's a new priority junction here in this location. I won't dwell on these too much. These are sort of pretty much technical drawings, but these show the extent of the footpath provision that's proposed as part of the application, which will ultimately get agreed as part of a Section 278 agreement, a further one with the County Council. The area in yellow is the footpath that's proposed on the south side of the road, which, as I say, links all the way into the existing footpath on Grove Lane. We now move around to this location here at the end of Grove Lane, and this is just to show you the images, photo montages of what this will look like over time. So that's the existing view on the top, and then year one with planting recently in place. You can make out the grey buildings. So these are the buildings that are proposed on this area of the site as part of the vehicle processing use. And then in year 7 and 15, when the landscaping is more firmly established. And moving on to the buildings themselves, this is one of the buildings proposed in the vehicle storage processing area. This is a motorcycle store and fitters building. It's a fairly sizable building in terms of its overall area, 68 metres by 16 metres, but it is 5.5 metres high, which is not that significant when you're talking sort of commercial buildings. It's effectively single story. And as it says here, this is where the storage of motorcycles will take place, and there's a small workshop facility within there as well. There's also a photo bays building proposed. This one is 7 metres high, 40 metres by 15 metres. And this is where, as it suggests, cars will be prepped and all vehicles will be prepped and photographed, ready for any, for auction or sale onwards. This is the processing building. This is on the impermeable area. where I mentioned about depollution of vehicles, where that will take place, where it removes fuel and other liquids from the vehicles before they're then stored on site. And then finally, there's an office building that's also proposed within the vehicle storage area. Again, this just provides your usual office facilities and welfare facilities as well for the for workers on site. I just wanted to point out the drainage strategy. This is all in the report, but I just wanted to visually show you within the roundabout areas, as part of the drainage scheme, there are drainage ponds, infiltration ponds located here, which in time also provides for a landscape and ecology feature over time. So this is really to help drain the access roads, the site. This is a section of the drainage basins to show you they're sort of stepped. And then in the main part of the site, the vehicle storage area, that is, say, impermeable, permeable surface. So it relies on drainage and suds, which will then connect into existing sewer pipes connections. But the whole drainage scheme is based on greenfield runoff rates. So importantly, it's attenuated to existing greenfield runoff rates. So there is no increase in flow off from the site in that regard. The flow is maintained at the existing greenfield rates, and the local Lee Flood Authority have assessed that drainage proposal, and they're content that it will not increase the risk of flooding elsewhere off-site. So a summary of comments. Excuse me a second. This is a summary of comments received from parish councils and local residents. As mentioned, Stanton Parish Council have commented. They did raise some concerns overall with the application, but they felt that that the benefits would outweigh those concerns, and therefore they supported the proposal. Hepworth.
Excuse me, Gary. Could I just ask that the case officer can continue his presentation without comment, please, from the public gallery? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Hepworth Parish Council have raised an objection to the application for the following reasons on the screen for you, which is basically traffic impact on local villages, increase in risk of flooding in the street, a pollution risk from the vehicle processing area, and no employment benefit to local communities, and they feel that the former Copart area should be removed from the application as Copart are no longer confirmed as an end user for the site, which hopefully is explained in the report. Other parish councils' objections include they feel that the local roads are unsuitable for HGVs using the site. The M143 itself will not be able to cope with additional traffic, an impact on air quality, light pollution, and they also feel that many of the types of industries proposed on the site, including the fast food roadside uses, are not suitable for this area. And also further consideration should be given to a footbridge over the A143 at Ixworth. Just for context, if people aren't aware, that's the in between the two roundabouts at Ixworth, where you have 3 lanes for vehicular traffic. There is a footpath crossing at that point via steps down and up on both sides, and they feel that consideration should be given to a footbridge at that point. In terms of objections from local residents, these were pretty much as per the parish council comments. But the additional comments were that the master plan for the site is expired, and therefore that a new one should be produced. Just to clarify that point, yes, the master plan for the site was approved for a period of 3 years from 2019. That is expired. However, it can still be given some weight, given it's a fairly recent document, although it is agreed that it has now expired. Litter pollution was raised, health impact on local residents, and they also feel it's an overdevelopment of the site, and also additional carbon produced by development will add to the current climate emergency. Concerns about Hepworth becoming a cut-through for motorists accessing the site, and also the roadside uses may set a precedent for future development along the A143, and impact on wildlife and biodiversity. There's also danger from fire, especially with the site being adjacent to an Avanti gas site, which is located in the east of the site, close to where the current DHL buildings are. Industrialisation in the countryside is also a concern. And then there's support from local businesses as well. MGF construction systems, trench construction systems are already on site there. As pointed out there, they feel that these proposals are important to their future investment plans within the site. And again, they make reference to HGVs, which currently have, as I mentioned, have to access the site through Santon Village, which of course would no longer be the case if the proposal goes ahead. The Property Recycling Group, again, they support this application because the site has been earmarked for development for many, many years. And so they support it now finally, hopefully coming forward. And they highlight that the cost of highway improvements are quite significant. So this represents quite a significant investment in the area. And finally, the Crowland Cranes on the site also support the proposal, for similar reasons in terms of the traffic access to the site and having to avoid the need to go through the village of Stanton. So in summary then, just before I get onto the summary, there was a very, very, very late representation received this morning. I just wanted to make it clear now so that members can have it in their minds when they debate the application. It's an email received from a local resident of Walsham Le Willows who has concerns about the impact on life in the area generally from the proposal, particularly the increased traffic congestion on the A143 in Great Barton, with traffic diverting away from the A143 to avoid this congestion. So I just wanted to make you aware of that so that's in your minds for when you discuss the application. So just quickly now moving on to the summary of the application. Officers consider that the proposed development accords with the Vision Policy RV4. This is the policy allocation for the site. It also accords with the emerging site allocations policy in your new local plan that's under AP42, which reallocates the site as a strategic employment allocation. Although it's emerging, minimal weight can be given to that as well. It's also in accordance with paragraphs 85 and 88 of the NPPF, and therefore the site is considered acceptable for development in principle. The development provides significant infrastructure to serve the commercial uses proposed, and also unlocks further development of what is the strategic employment site. There's the removal of the need of commercial traffic to access the site through Stanton Village, and that's a significant benefit to residents. Whilst there will be an impact on the landscape setting of the area, this is not just to be significant or significantly harmful. The development can be accommodated, as I mentioned earlier, without increasing the risk of flooding elsewhere, and this is in accordance with our policies in that regard and the NPPF. The proposal is not considered to have a significant adverse impact on the highway network, but this is subject to conditions.
Look, I do realise, honestly, because I don't live too far away from this site myself, how local people are concerned. But please give the case officer the chance to complete his presentation. It's in the committee's benefit to hear it uninterrupted. So I hope you take that in the context that I'm just trying to support the committee here to get the benefit of the case officer's advice. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, of course, the application will have an impact on the highway network, but having considered it, officers have considered it, the County Council has considered it, National Highways have also considered the application in terms of the impact on the A14. Any impact is not considered to be significant and certainly not severe enough to warrant a recommendation of refusal. The impact on air quality, as I mentioned in the report, can be made acceptable, and this accords with our policies and the NPPF set out for you there. Subject to appropriate conditions, a noise impact on neighbouring receptors, these are the residential properties in the area, can be made acceptable, and the application is considered to accord with policies in that regard. Finally then, a planning balance was undertaken for the application. Hope this is helpful for you in coming to your decision. The proposed development will deliver a substantial part of the rural employment application, which will contribute towards the economy of the district. Development provides for key infrastructure necessary to unlock the delivery of the remainder of this strategic employment allocation. There's significant job creation, potentially 90 jobs for the vehicle processing use, but also future job opportunities associated with the other use classes proposed on the site, currently proposed in outline. There's a significant reduction in traffic movements associated with commercial activity through Stanton Village. And there is then enhanced pedestrian and cycle connectivity, again, to Stanton Village. And of course, there's also the footpath improvements mentioned already at the street in Hepworth. In terms of against the proposal, there will be an increased traffic on the local road network, specifically A143 and local villages. Again, although this is not considered to have a severe impact by the County Council. There will be a small increase in traffic on the A14, but again, this is not considered to be an issue of concern by National Highways. There's a degree of landscape harm through the construction of a new roundabout and joining businesses, and it will, to a degree, change the existing character and appearance of the area. However, the sensitivity of the landscape is just to be moderate to low, and therefore the impact in this regard is considered to be acceptable overall. So in conclusion, officers consider that the clear benefits arising from the development are substantial and that these outweigh any identified harm. Subject to appropriate planning conditions, and these are set out in the late paper, which hopefully members have seen, and obligations to be secured by way of a 106 legal agreement. Specifically, this is in relation to off-site mitigation for ecology. In this case, it's the provision of skylark habitat, and this is being done through a 27-hectare site to the north of Wattersfield. The development is considered to be acceptable and in compliance with relevant development plan policies and the National Planning Policy Framework. The application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to these conditions and the Section 106 lead agreement as set out in the report and late papers. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Gary. Before I go on to, is there any news on the objector that hasn't arrived? Has he come into the building yet, Helen?
No, he hasn't, Chair. My colleagues in the team have tried to contact him and have been unable to do so. They haven't reached him. If he does arrive before his slot, he can get into the building.
Okay, thank you, Helen. In that case, then, we've got three registered objectors. That's Nigel Burrows, who's a resident of Hepworth and is directly affected by the application. Richard Winch, Mid-Suffolk District Councillor. Is that you? Okay, welcome to you as well, Richard. And Andy Garden, who is a resident of Hepworth, affected by the application. So, on that basis, Nigel, you are first to speak. Yes, please, Nigel. Yes, if you could all use the microphones. And you've got, I think you've been briefed, you've got a 3-minute slot in which to present to the committee.
You have your stopwatch.
We do, actually.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Committee. My name's Nigel Burrows. I live in Hepworth and I object to this application. I'm a retired town planner, having spent 30 years in local government, followed by 16 years in the planning inspectorate. However, I am speaking today as a local resident. The planning officer's report fails to record a material change in the description of the proposal, which, as originally submitted, contained a serious error. This was pointed out to the planning officers. It's an embarrassing episode because the applicants and the planning officers are expected to be familiar with planning law and practice. The report fails to refer to a highly relevant planning policy, DM30, which is concerned with the protection of employment land. It complements policy RV4. The report fails to properly test the application against policy RV4, the most relevant policy. Plots A to C, as you've heard, include a hotel, hot food takeaway, public house and restaurant, more akin to tourism and leisure uses, which are not supported by policy RV4. You must read the policy as written. Policy RV4 also states proposals here will only be determined once the master plan has been adopted. There is no adopted master plan for the site at this time. The officers acknowledge the 2019 master plan has expired, but still appear to give it some weight. That is plain wrong. It is a lapsed, time-limited document which has clearly coloured the views of planning officers and some of your consultees. The report fails to grapple with the fact the co-part-like proposal is a sui generis use. It does not fall within use class B8. No reliance can therefore be placed upon some of the planning reports or upon the Highway Authority's TRICS data. With respect to landscape considerations, the report fails to draw your attention to paragraph 180B of the MPPF, which says the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside should be recognised. The countryside does not need to have a special landscape designation to be worthy of protection. There is no compelling evidence to demonstrate there is an unsatisfied demand for commercial road sizes in this rural location. The introduction of plots A to C is contrary to the aims and objectives of policies RV4 and DM30. They represent an undesirable intrusion of commercial activity which would irrevocably harm the rural character and appearance of the countryside, contrary to your planning policies and also the MPPF. The harm to the countryside will be accentuated by the physical intrusion of commercial development upon what is currently an open field indistinguishable from the surrounding farmland. There are robust planning grounds to refuse a proposal. You should have no qualms in going against the planning officer's recommendation. However, it is possible for you to approve the highway works that benefit Stanton whilst refusing the unacceptable parts of the
Nigel, can you
application.
finish up, please?
The officers can give you more advice on that procedure.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Right. Can we move our attention to Councillor Richard Winch, please, for your 3 minutes? Thank you.
Yeah, as has already been said, this application is in West Suffolk, but it's very near the boundary to Mid Suffolk. I think it's about 800 metres away. So it will affect the residents of Mid Suffolk. Walsham, the Willows and Wattisfield Parish Councils have put in objections to this application. And just for the record, I fully support their objections, but I'm not going to go through those now because you've got them in the papers and it'll take too much time. There's a couple of things floating around that are generally of concern, and I appreciate they might not be within the remit of the planning committee. The co-part dropping out of the application and yet everything appeared to still stand is a bit strange. The parallel equation proposals and how they'll impact the overall site and different traffic arrangements in the two applications, that's confusing. And I think the issue of traffic down the A143 and the medium-term plan to solve that is a major issue. We can pretend it's not if you want to. But as a representative from Mid Suffolk, I'm going to concentrate on the areas where, were you to grant this planning for this application, we would seek to mitigate and prevent the harmful impact on Mid Suffolk. So just to be clear, the thing that we're really worried about is traffic routing from the site through Walsham, through Badwell, through Great Ashfield to Elmswell Woolpit. It's the eastern cut through to the site. It happens a lot at the moment, so it's not like a made up thing. There's a slightly lesser cut through from Wattersfield coming from the Diss direction where the A143 gets clogged up. You can cut through Wattersfield, get out onto Summer Road and get to the site that way. So that's what we're worried about. So the three things that we would like as mitigation is, first of all, the ongoing transport from that site. We would like a transport plan that forbids lorries and other movements taking that eastern cut through. In particular, we'd like a condition that stops lorries coming out of the site and turning right onto Summer Road and stops lorries coming up Summer Road and getting onto the site. Otherwise, you're going to have all that traffic routing through the village. And not just Walsham, but then going on to the other mid-Suffolk villages. In terms of the development stage of the project, we would like the same restrictions. We don't want all the construction traffic coming through all the mid-Suffolk villages. We would also like something to stipulate that the highways works have to take place before the main construction on the site, because otherwise if the A143 gets completely clogged up, we're going to have everybody using that cut-through route to the construction of the site. And the last thing we would like to see in place is some kind of liaison group for the construction and ongoing, so that would be the applicant, Suffolk County Council, the local parishes, so that there is some forum for agreeing disputes and issues that arise from the development of what is going to be probably the most extensive planning application development near the parishes I'm responsible for a long, long time. Thank you. And I really would appreciate it if you take into account, I was slightly disappointed that there was nothing on the presentation about the neighbouring district, I've got to say.
Richard, you've actually gone quite over your 3 minutes, but thank you very much for that. I think there was some clarity. Okay, Andy, you've got 3 minutes, sir. Mic isn't on, so we can't hear you. Well, some of us can't because I'm not hearing. It's not very good. Thank you.
Thank you. So many issues with so little time. For transparency, I'm a transport and fleet risk consultant. However, I'm here today as a Hepworth resident. The various traffic reports are based on a winter's day over 5 years ago, with comments that they have no comparable locations for analysis, and it takes no realistic account of the site's overall diverse uses throughout the day and night. The proposed adjacent development, let alone Stanton's other large-scale developments, and no seasonal adjustment for holiday traffic. The vehicle movements were further grossly underestimated, taking no account of the additional 200 to 300 HGV movements daily from the current industrial estate using the planned new road. That's sourced from Dawlings Transport. Let's not forget, whatever size transport as the operator chooses to use, typically using 4 to 7 vehicles on their vehicle at a time, that means that unless every client taking vehicles from the site use a similar sized vehicle, the customer traffic will be at least double that of the site operators. So that will effectively end up trebling the operators' ins and outs. To date, no one has exampled a current roundabout like the proposed one to assure me that it would be sufficient to cope with the anticipated increase of HGV traffic without also creating significant tailbacks for much of the normal day. At public meetings, the roundabout designers could offer no ideas of the roundabout's flow capacity, but were equally strongly assuring the roundabout would be sufficient. That's an absolute contradiction. I'd invite the committee to question whether the planned roundabout, traffic assessments and the other reports really reflect and fully consider the proposal's objectives, and for you to find they have no real probative value for decision making of this proposal in 2024 and its social and environmental impact going forward. Any Hepworth worker walking to work to this site has been forgotten, as they would have to have at least 800 metres without a footpath, as well as being confronted by an anticipated increase of traffic flow. There is unrealistically limited on-site parking for visitors, with no overnight visitor parking or facilities. Clients would reasonably be assumed to maximise drivers' HGV compliance, meaning overnight stays being as near as possible for an early collection. There's already insufficient commercial vehicle parking in the area, meaning that drivers will be forced to do their ablutions and park up in our lanes and industrial estates, our housing estates. Electric vehicles, they're a high risk. The solution is to allow them to burn out. The environmental impact is obvious. Suffolk Fire and Rescue, their response is not available to the public. I understand and fully appreciate the benefits of the relief road. However, as a resident of Hepworth, that comes at a very high cost to the significant varied environmental and social negatives this will play on our daily and long-term lives. I'd like to
Andy,
express my strong opposition to the plans.
thank you. I just interrupted you just in your last sentence. I do apologise. Okay,
fine.
but yes, you're slightly over time. Okay, well, we now turn to the registered speakers who are supporting the application, and Councillor Joanna Spicer has submitted a written statement which will be read out by Helen, and Helen is subject to the same 3-minute time frame. Over to you, Helen.
Good morning, members. I'm very sorry not to be at the meeting this morning. This is a complicated and extremely important application, and I'm asking you to accept the recommendations of the officers and approve the application. By way of background, I have represented Stanton and Hepworth on Suffolk County Council for almost 35 years, and for all of that time there have been concerns about the lack of link between the west and east industrial estates of Stanton and the impact on residents of the village. This has resulted in an ever-increasing number of HGVs having to drive through the centre of Stanton, including past the primary school. Despite careful signage, many of these HGVs actually travel via the War Memorial in the village centre, where the road is a priority carriageway. Residents of Hepworth Road suffer from this traffic, both environmentally and with blocked access. As you have been advised, the application now provides for a link road between them. This has been facilitated by Suffolk County Council Highways, who support the application. This new link road will then form part of the much-needed and long-awaited relief road for the village of Stanton. This relief road will also add to a safe access onto the A143 for the 300 or so residents of Shepherd's Grove Residential Park. Furthermore, the access on the A143 at Hepworth via Sumner Road for the East Industrial Estate has now resulted in an accident black spot. This will be reduced by the construction of a new roundabout. But I do realise the inclusion in the original application of the proposals for Copart to occupy the site is very confusing for us all. I had concerns with the original application as the nature of Copart's business had very worrying problems with traffic movements to the site, and in particular the inability to protect Hepworth from what would be a serious disruption. There are two elements to the JNIC application without Copart that compel me to urge you to support this application. Firstly, on grounds of road safety, at the school, in the village centre, and at Hepworth on the A143. Secondly, for the environmental gain for the residents of Stanton, with the provision of a relief road taking not only HGVs, but also industrial estate traffic out of the village centre.
Thank you, Helen. Right, we have to have a bit of a move around now. So if the objectors could retire to behind, and the next set of speakers, which are Hepworth, Ixworth, and Stanton Parish Council. Sorry, that Stanton is a statement. And then we've got Paul Sutton and Andrew Anderson, please. Yeah, we just want it's just that there are 5. We'd just like you to come forward now so we can just move swiftly, maybe that's the right word, onto you when it's appropriate. So, members, we've actually got Hepworth Parish Council. That's Gary Bloomfield. Gary, are you the chair of the Parish Council? Thank you. Okay. Because I know that Councillor Ben Lord is the chair of Ixworth and Ixworth Thorpe Parish Council, and Stanton Parish, as I said, will be a written statement. So, Gary, over to you for your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. As said, my name's Gary Bloomfield. I'm Chair of Hepworth Parish Council. We are alarmed that our original holding objection that we submitted on the 17th of February 2023 is missing from the document that you councillors are looking at today. Only comments from second and third submissions are in front of you. We believe the planning officer has failed to fully address our concerns in our 3 submitted documents. The report acknowledges that the 2019 master plan has expired, but still appears to give it some weight. We believe this should be given no weight whatsoever and should not be considered by the committee, and believe the current time there is no adopted master plan. During your visit to Hepworth on Monday, I think you would agree the proposed plots A to C will transform the rural landscape. We believe the proposed establishments will not enhance the current landscape. In the past few years, we've seen many similar establishments cease to operate, so we see no evidence that these are needed now or in the near future. We were advised on the 16th of October 2023 of the withdrawal of Copart as JNIC's partner. This represents a significant material change. The original application stated this was once-in-a-generation opportunity. As we can see no change to the planning application, does this mean there is another once-in-a-generation opportunity that we have not been informed about? All the reports prepared by the appropriate authorities on traffic, flood risk, noise, environmental, light, etc., are all based on the information of the Copart business. We cannot see how the committee can make a decision on this application without the clear knowledge of what is planned for the site. I think I counted 37 planning conditions that need. The need for these 37 conditions suggest this is the wrong development in the wrong place. The NPPF makes it clear that planning conditions should be kept to a minimum. I assume the council has enough resources to monitor this quantity of conditions if the application was approved. Hepworth Village has experienced 3 serious flooding events since October 2023. And the residents are very concerned that the development on the industrial estate is likely to increase these risks. The objections by all the parish councils nearest to the development, except Stanton, who is now...
Gary, I hesitate to interrupt, but can you finish up in a sentence?
Yeah.
Just one sentence, please.
The 105 letters show how many objections clearly shows it's in the wrong place. Could I just add one thing? Sorry. The application states it's Berry Road, Stanton. It's Berry Road, Hepworth. All the documentations keep calling it Sumner Road. It's actually Summer Road in the Hepworth parish. It's Sumner Road in the parish of Walsham. Thank you.
Yep.
Listening to my
Point well
comments.
made. Thank you. Councillor Ben Lord.
Thank you. As fierce objectors to this application, given the volume of objections which are materially relevant in planning consideration terms, it is quite astonishing that the officer recommendations considers this appropriate for approval. For instance, this determination process appears to be based on what was originally submitted, in that Copart was the intended occupant of the site under the business activity outlined in the application. It is wholly inappropriate to determine this application when there has been a very significant material change in the particulars of it, with the intended occupant having withdrawn from this site. JNIC contested at the time, when this withdrawal occurred, that they intended to proceed and this was not materially relevant, but it quite clearly is. Accepting the officer's recommendations would mean you're in grave danger of speculatively approving an unknown occupant and usage of this site. It is simply blinkered of the Suffolk County Council Highways officer to state, when challenged over the detail of this application, that the transport assessment should consider only the impact over the immediate vicinity of this development. This is completely short-sighted when considering the traffic impact this development will generate to an already over-congested A143 between Stanton and Great Barton. Ixworth is caught right in the middle of this, given that the A1088 from Thetford to Elmswell meets at each end of the A143 bypass to our village and already experiences a significant pinch point that is particularly evident at peak periods. This application forecasts in excess of 900 HGV movements in a 12-hour period based on the proposed usage of the site, and this does not include those with a vehicle and trailer going to and from the site, nor traffic to or from the fast food outlets. That's an HGV thundering up and down our bypass every couple of minutes. How this can be deemed as not having a significant adverse impact to the highway is dogmatic beyond measure. Whilst it is noted the planning officer has recommended approval, we are bitterly disappointed to note that no provisions whatsoever are proposed to conditionalise the applicant into providing a significant contribution for a footbridge over the A143 at Ixworth to safeguard users of our circular footpath network, where the already overdue need will be exacerbated if this development goes ahead. In the very unfortunate event you do determine to approve this application today, we urge in the strongest possible terms that you require the applicant to provide a significant contribution to this, since the need for this footbridge has been identified in the emerging West Suffolk local plan. Ultimately, a development on this exponential scale is totally unsuitable for the proposed location and the surrounding areas. It would simply be better suited closer to a trunk road such as the A14. Communities along the A143, and in particular Ixworth and Great Barton, are suffering enough as it is from the continued lack of meaningful highways infrastructure upgrades against a backdrop of continued residential and commercial development of all sizes. Isn't it about time that this was given proper consideration instead of just waving through approval after approval without wider regard for the real impact this has on the daily lives of our local communities?
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We've now got a statement that Helen will read out on behalf of Stanton Parish Council.
Stanton Parish Council have discussed this planning application since it was submitted. Since being informed that Copart are no longer in the equation, our thoughts were turned to the Relief Road, which could divert traffic away from Upworth Road and the primary school, with the assistance of a weight restriction for traffic along Upworth Road by Stanton Primary School. Shepherd's Grove residents would also benefit from the proposed walkway/pathway, as they currently have to walk on a busy road when walking their dogs, etc. Many businesses on Shepherd's Grove Industrial Estate have expressed how much time would be saved with the new route, as currently 20 minutes is added to a driver's journey each day. The proposed usage for the build is acceptable, and when the new tenant is found for the larger plot, we trust consultation will be required due to the size. Stanton Parish Council vote in favour.
Thank you very much indeed, Helen. Right, the next group are the ward members. There were 3 registered ward members, but 2 of them are here today. That's Councillor Carol Bull, who is the Barningham ward member, and Councillor Jim Thorndike, who is the Stanton ward member. So I'd like to take them in that order. And Carol, you've got 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm pleased to have this opportunity as the ward councillor to speak on behalf of Hepworth Parish Council and my residents in the village, and want to bring to your attention their numerous concerns about this application, which has appeared on most agendas of the parish council since it first came forward and has attracted a lot of attention. There was standing room only at a special meeting called to enable all residents to ask questions and make their views known. I attended that meeting as an observer, and I cannot recall one supporter, though in fairness at that stage, not all questions could be answered. You will see the level of concern by the number of objections lodged, well over 100, and the community of Hepworth is about 250. One of the most frequently raised things was concern about the potential increased traffic through the village, particularly car transporters and other large vehicles, as the main street is very narrow and has little pavement for pedestrians. Large lorries using it as a cut-through are already a problem, as is speeding. You will also see from the papers that Hepworth Parish Council in the end submitted a very comprehensive list of the objections, as this proposal seriously impacts their village because of their proximity to the site. I don't intend to run through all the objections, so they are very clearly stated, and some have been mentioned by other speakers, but I would just like to mention a few where the parish council are not satisfied with the officer's responses. In relation to the 2019 Shepherd's Grove Master Plan, which expired in 2022, the Parish Council contend that it should not be given any weight now, although officers indicate that it is still a material consideration and should be given some weight, though less than if it was still current. The Parish Council also are unclear how this proposal can go forward now COPAT have withdrawn. The feeling is that so much of the supporting data and explanations to queries raised are based on how COPAT would operate this site, and therefore are not necessarily sound or relevant now. The third point is that there is a great deal of concern related to surface water disposal. Hepworth historically have had severe flooding in their main street, which a few years ago resulted in it being closed for several weeks. The heavy rain experienced in the last 2 winters has exacerbated matters, with 3 bungalows being flooded internally both years, with water 18 to 24 inches up kitchen cabinets, and other properties have had water lapping at their doors. The worry is that the effect of this new development and the roundabout will have, at the moment, and in the future, as a great deal of water from the site drains to ditches, linking into ditches along the main Hepworth Street, which already struggles. Finally, I should mention that Barlingham Parish Council, another of my villages, has also raised objections in relation to a number of issues. They are of a more general nature and mentioned by many of other parish councils. On the plus side, it is generally acknowledged that the new roundabout does offer great environmental and safety benefits for Stanton. I'm sure that members of the committee will have a great many questions to ask, and I hope that the debate we are about to have will be constructive. If at the end of the debate you find you agree with the officer's recommendation for approval, may I ask that you ensure that relevant conditions and safeguards are in place to address residents' concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Bull. Councillor Jim Thorndike, please. You've got 3 minutes, 45 seconds, Councillor.
And counting. Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to do a bit of a history lesson on this site because it's been going on for a very long time. The airfield was sold by the MOD in 1967. And in 1968, this site, the big part of it, was producing concrete pipes. By the late 70s, Redland were moved into the site to produce roof tiles. This continued until the late 80s. In 1985, a road link from their site to Sumner Road and thence onto the 143 was proposed, and I never realised the significance of this until I got put on the parish council in Stanton in 1987. And there are occasions when we had to stop and wait while the Redlands lorry moved through the village. Because of the noise from the lorry, you could not hear yourself think in that room. So that was a good idea for the road, but unfortunately Redlands moved out before the road was completed. In 1919, St Edmunds, we received the first pair of applications for the main site and the roundabout area for B1, B2, B8 users, with units being built on 3 sides of the roundabout. These 2 applications were followed shortly by 2 others, paired applications, with variations on the original. So the status of that site stayed the same from 1990. It had the roundabout with business park around it, and it had the main site with mainly B8 use, but spread across the rest of it. It was never developed. They were approved, but it was never developed. Sad. But partly why it was never developed was because in 2002, IKEA submitted plans for a very large shed, 620 metres long, 185 metres deep, and over 15 metres high at the lowest level, increasing to 24 metres high at the higher level. It had parking for 250 cars and 315 lorries. This was approved in 2006 with the usual 5-year life, but again, never built. At various times, we've had plans for a windrow composting facility to cover the entire site, much worry about the bioaerosols from that, which have been a major health hazard for regular people around the area. Thankfully, that went away, as did the horse incinerator and the waste incinerator planned on nearby on the airfield. On the current application, it appears Highways are happy that our roads can cope with the cope and link the road with the east and west. It'll all cope. So that's what Highways are telling us. And with the alternative route, there was be scope for a weight restriction in the village to get rid of all the heavy goods lorries. The heavy goods lorries are not got rid of because of this application. It requires a weight restriction somewhere in the village to get rid of them. It will also, that will ease traffic around the middle school. The primary school was a middle school, no primary school. And the planned footway in front of Shepherd's Grove Park will make it safer for the residents to walk in safely rather than, as at present, walking in the road amongst the industrial estate traffic.
Councillor Thorndyke, can I just, can you finish up within a sentence?
Yeah, just about.
Thank you.
For over 30 years, Stanton has been looking at ways to route HGVs away from the village centre. This should do the job, but it's your decision, it's your application, sir.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Right, the last section for registered speakers is the applicant, and we've got Paul Sutton, and we've got Andrew Anderson. Now, both of you individually registered, which you were entitled to do, but I understand only one of you are now going to speak. Is that correct? Thank you. Over to you. So you've got both slots, basically.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes. I've got a speech prepared, and Andrew is here to help answer any technical questions that there may be.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed.
Good morning. The planning application before you this morning represents the culmination of several years' work in the preparation of all the supporting technical reports, plans and surveys that have now satisfactorily addressed all the potential issues in respect of the development. We are now at the stage where there are no objections from any statutory consultees to the proposals, and the comprehensive report by the planning officer sets out the detailed rationale for his recommendation of approval, which we obviously support. JNIC have been involved with this site for nearly 14 years, firstly by way of an option agreement with the previous landowner, Property Recycling Group, then as development manager, and latterly as landowner, having purchased the freehold of the site in 2022. We have worked with the council through the preparation of a detailed master plan, which was adopted for the purposes of supplementary planning guidance in October 2019. And although this has now expired, it is still a material consideration and provides a useful framework for assessing any development at Shepherd's Grove. The vacant brownfield land at Shepherd's Grove has been a strategic employment allocation in the council's adopted local plan since 2006. And following the approval of a planning application for an IKEA distribution centre in July of that year, the location and broad design of the new roundabout on the A143 to provide access, together with a new road linking that roundabout through the site to Grove Lane in the south, was included within the local plan policy for the site. The route of the new access road was also defined on local plan proposals maps. This significant infrastructure requirement has remained an integral part of planning policy for the site and is included in the current adopted local plan, as well as the proposed submission local plan, which is currently out for public consultation. While the policy requirements for the provision of the infrastructure are significant, so are the benefits. At the present time, access for all vehicles to Shepherd's Grove West Industrial Estate from the A143 is through the village of Stanton via Upthorpe Road and Grove Lane. This includes all HGVs, and the route passes through narrow roads in the centre of the village and past Stanton Community Primary School, which at school drop-off and pick-up times is congested with parked cars. The proposed new access roundabout on the A143 and the new road linking the roundabout through to the eastern end of Grove Lane will remove the need for all commercial vehicles travelling to Shepherd's Grove West to go through the village and past the primary school. This will be a significant planning gain and the realisation of the long-held ambition of West Suffolk Council and its predecessor authority to provide a suitable access for the development of this strategic rural employment site and Shepherd's Grove West, removing the need for HGVs to pass through the village. The new roundabout will also improve highway safety for the residents of Hepworth and Walshamble Willows, slowing traffic on the main road and making it much easier for residents from both villages to get on, off and across the A143 safely. In addition to the new roundabout access and link road, the section of Grove Lane nearest to the site will also be improved and upgraded, and planning permission was granted for these works in January 2021. These improvements would continue the footway cycle path from the southwest corner of the site as far as the junction of Grove Lane and Upthorpe Road. JNIC has also agreed to provide a new footway along the south side of Grove Lane up to the end of the existing footway at Shepherd's Grove Park. These improvements will provide a sustainable link between the site and the village in agreement with the local highway authority. As councillors will be aware, the planning application before this committee today was originally submitted in December 2022. And the submission documents noted that Copart were expected to be the operator for that part of the site for which full planning permission was being sought. However, due to the length of time taken to determine the application, Copart unfortunately withdrew from the project in October 2023. Nevertheless, JNIC has made it clear that Copart were not a named occupier and that if planning permission was granted, it would not be subject to a condition that no operator other than Copart could occupy the site. The full planning application element of the proposals is for the storage, distribution and processing of accident and non-damaged motor vehicles, together with the construction of ancillary buildings, perimeter fencing and landscaping works. In addition, the full application element also includes the new roundabout and access road. Whilst the Copart model dictates a particular form of development, there are quite a number of other companies that operate in the sector, and initial discussions have confirmed that numerous businesses in this space have active property requirements. However, this element of the proposals is only one part of the application site, and in addition to the new roundabout and road linking through to Shepherd's Grove West, there are...
Excuse me, Paul, can you finish up in one sentence, please?
No, I was told I had 15 minutes. That's what I was told.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Yeah.
3-6. Yeah.
3 times 6 is 18.
No, they're different groups.
I'm sorry, Paul.
Otherwise we would have given ward members.
I said in my opening remarks this was a complex issue and we got special speaking arrangements. You didn't have 15 minutes.
Well, that's what I was told.
Well,
only on Monday I was told I had 15 minutes to speak by the committee clerk.
This microphone's not working real.
Well, it's special arrangements.
No.
Okay. With members of the public gallery, please stop shouting out that this is not what we expected to hear from the applicant. We're just trying to resolve it logically. Councillor Thorndyke.
Yes, Chairman. The usual arrangements when you extend the public speaking is everything is geared to the number of parish councils you're speaking. So if you have 5 parish councils, you have 5 slots go there. Those slots are extended to everybody else that is, or every group that is speaking. So that if you've got one person speaking for a particular bit, they get the full time. The time basis is 15 minutes for the parish council, for 3 minutes each parish council. If that's what you ran today, then you extend that 15 minutes to every slot. The idea is that every slot, every organisation, everything gets a fair crack of the whip. So I remember we did this with the hub application, which was only ×3, but everybody had ×3. So I don't know where we're changing it now.
I always am fair and impartial, Nigel, but thank you for the reminder. And it was designed to be fair and impartial. Did you want to speak again, Councillor Thorndyke? Because to be fair, I'm going to have a conversation offline with the Democratic Services, Legal and Planning here.
I was only going to say that the time slot is not per parish council. The cumulative is 15 minutes. That is the 15 minutes that applies to every group.
It's very clear in the protocol. Do you want to?
Right, I'm going to come back to you, Paul. Yeah. Have you got a presentation that lasts 15 minutes? So how far are after you've completed? Because I gave some latitude to all the other speakers if they went over, to be fair.
I've timed this presentation to be just under 10 minutes.
You interrupted me bang on through.
Sorry?
I was interrupted bang on through, as we discussed.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. But some went over, and I didn't turn the microphone off, did I? I allowed some latitude. Look, I'm not going to allow you. I'm not going to allow the 10 minutes, Paul. To be fair, have you got a conclusion that you could just move to?
Well, if I could just read the bit I was cut in half by, which relates to Copart, which I think your members should hear. We are the applicant, and obviously what we have to say about that is important, and I would have thought local residents might want to hear it as well. I can leave the last section out because that probably just repeats what is in the officer's report, if that's acceptable.
That, I think, would be the best solution to where we are at the moment. So can you just finish that that paragraph.
I was very clearly told 15 minutes, hence
Okay, well,
we've put a lot of preparation into this to do that 15 minutes.
our protocol would not have allowed for a single speaker to speak for 15 minutes. There was 15 minutes allocated for each slot. So if there were 5 parish councils here, they would have got 3 minutes each. But what we didn't do is expand the time because there are only 3 parish councils here. Ben.
Mr. Chairman, Green Ixworth was a registered speaker this morning and I've had an email from their chair to say the reason they're not here is because they had no confirmation that they had been slotted into the programme to speak. I do have their statement here on the basis that this is going to elapse much more than just seconds of the 3 minutes limit on that side. May I seek your indulgence to read Green Ixworth's statement on their behalf that provides a different perspective to what we've presented as a parish council?
Just bear with me a sec, because Helen just acknowledged that she may be able to respond to that.
Obviously, it's in the chair's gift, whether he permits that or not. But just to clarify that Green Ixworth did have an email within minutes of their registration to go back to them. We've re-forwarded that to them. My colleague's been speaking to him today. Just to clarify, thank you.
Thanks. I'll come back onto that, Ben, but I want to hear Paul finish the section that he was I interrupted you on. Okay, but I would make the point that the way that we set out our speaking protocols, every slot was given the same time, but at the time, of course, you're allocating it on the expectation of registration. And what we can't always do, and we're unable to do it today, is respond to last minute if the registration slots weren't all taken up. Hence, when I invited Councillor Ball and Councillor Thorndyke, we were expecting 4 ward councillors, so they were allocated 3 minutes, 45 seconds each. And that collectively adds up to 15 minutes. So, Paul, finish up, please, as soon as you can.
Thank you, Chairman. Whilst we have had a few early conversations with occupiers for both the smaller and larger plots, securing planning permission for the whole site is crucial to generate serious interest, as businesses need to see planning in place to demonstrate deliverability. More importantly, without planning permission in place, the funding will not come forward to deliver the infrastructure. As with any development of a strategic employment site, traffic impacts are always a concern. However, the proposed use of the main site for the storage, distribution and processing of motor vehicles will generate significantly less traffic than the master plan proposals, which included up to 400 dwellings. The local highway authority has carefully examined the proposals and concluded that in terms of traffic generation and potential impacts on the highway network, the development is acceptable. National Highways have also confirmed that the development will not result in a severe impact on the A14. The hybrid application before you is fully policy compliant and will deliver the required infrastructure and planning benefits that will accrue from the development and will bring significant economic development and new employment opportunities to the area. The proposed development is therefore considered to be acceptable in principle. And this is all set out in the planning officer's report. And as he set out, considering the overall planning balance on which any decision must be based. It is.
Sorry, it sounds like...
Can I continue, Chairman?
Yes, please.
I'm on the last paragraph.
I'll reiterate, there's no point in shouting out, all right, because Councillor Ben Lord, who's the chair of Ixworth Parish Council, has actually made a proposal which I'm going to consider once Paul is finished. Thank you.
As set out in the planning officer's report, considering the overall planning balance upon which any decision must be based, the substantial benefits of the proposed development clearly outweigh any disbenefits, accounting for the proposed planning conditions and Section 106 agreement in mitigation, and are considered to be acceptable and in compliance with relevant policies in the NPPF. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Ben, in in all fairness, despite what communication might have happened, please will you read out Green Exworth? But I hesitate to say it's subject to 3 minutes, but you get my drift, don't you? Okay, thank you.
I do, Chair. Obviously, I didn't read this, so whatever time they prepared this in terms of duration is beyond my control. Green Exworth are an objector to this application, and their chair writes as follows. If the withdrawal, that of Copart, is genuine, then the area which was to be occupied should be left empty and reassessed for permission at a later date when there is a known client. It is the Copart presence in the development which has caused so much opposition. An attached condition requiring a further application for the Copart allocated land would permit consideration of the Copart history of several major pollution and fire events on its sites in the UK and the United States. The recent major fire at one of its London facilities burned over some 200 plus vehicles, over half the stock stored on racks with copious amounts of fuel, diesel, petrol, hydraulic fluids burnt, as well as other flammable car parts, especially plastic upholstery and tyres, all of which are extremely toxic. As it is, we must assume that the application still includes Copart. There are other concerns about surface water from the site is going to SUDS, except for the Copart site where it will go into the sewer. A large area of rainfall swelling the input to the treatment works and making sewage overflow more likely. The wastewater company is obliged to accept this, but there is no obligation on the part of the planning authority to do so. The AQMA at Great Barton. The West Suffolk Council proposals for dealing with it include excluding some HGVs from the village and time restricting others, so more HGVs will inevitably end up on minor roads. This is in contradiction to the advice given in the AQMA report. If Copart or similar were to occupy the site, the resulting heavy vehicle traffic would not just be multi-car transporters, but vehicles with or without trailers fetching purchased vehicles. None of them would be subject to the restrictions placed on the occupiers' vehicles in the above pollution mitigation details.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Green Exworth. Right. I did say that in my opening remarks we would have a comfort break now. What time is on the clock? Could I say we'll restart at 10 to 12? So that if you need the facilities, members of the public or members, now is the time to use them. And welcome back to the members of the public who are staying with us as well. Right, before we move over formally to the debate, Claire has just got something to say to the committee and the members of the public.
Yes, just to advise those present that you may have seen Councillor Dicker arrived partway through the presentation on this item. He will not be able to vote on it. However, he is able to take part in the debate or ask questions if he wishes to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Councillor Dicker.
I've got a big voice anyway. All it is, I'd rather you say why I missed the meeting. I don't want to say I was a lady councillor or something, coming up on time. It wasn't because I was at the opening of the time. Various events.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Dicker. Right, so we now move over to the queue to speak arrangement. So if you want to speak, press your microphone. But Councillor Bull, please, did you want to open up the discussion as a committee member?
I speak later if I
Of course you can.
to some of the
Yeah.
debate. Thank you.
Of course you can. And similarly, Councillor Thorndyke, did you want to speak as a courtesy? Okay, so you're happy to wait as well. Okay, right. Councillor Mildmay White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. My first question really is about Suffolk Highways. Were they invited to this meeting?
Is that something? Should we, just answer it directly if we can, please.
Thank you, Chairman. No, they weren't directly invited to the meeting, no.
Well, I have to say that I'm extremely disappointed because I think this is a major application on a major road, really, feeding into the A14 and dozens of villages, which a lot of us are connected to. And I find it extraordinary. I'm sorry for the planning officer to be rude, but I do find it extraordinary that Suffolk Highways are not here to answer some questions. So I will reserve my right to speak a bit later, but I would like to register my disappointment on that.
Thank you, Councillor Mildmay White. Councillor Chester, please. You're on now.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor White. Members, benefits versus harm. I think the arguments are finely balanced. The road network ticks lots of boxes. However, this is an earmarked industrial site. Something will happen at some stage. At this particular juncture, I'm completely undecided which way to go. As I say, the arguments are very finely balanced. What I seek to know, and it's been mentioned by members of the public, and I think this committee is probably thinking the same, Copart, who was originally going to play a part in this, does their withdrawal have any impact on the planning application as it stands? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll start to accumulate questions now, and officers will come back at an appropriate time. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I want to congratulate the officer on his presentation. Very difficult presentation. And to be honest, that hasn't created any clarity for me as to what to do on this one. I always take great value in what the residents and the local representation is, because we sit here and make a decision. They have to live with that decision, and their input is vital to us. Just a couple of questions. On the presentation, there was great emphasis on cycle access and where the bus stop is. I didn't go on the site visit, so perhaps I'm asking a question that everyone knows the answer to, which wouldn't be surprising. There's great emphasis on cycle access to the site and the location of the bus stop. Obviously, the bus transport would be providing access for people to the site for work, and I wondered if there was a pedestrian crossing earmarked for there. I note local businesses are in support of of this development, but obviously their vested interest is in the entrance to the site more than anything. So I don't hold a great weight in that. It does provide growth to the industrial site, and it does provide employment. 90 jobs was mentioned, and I thought the officer said that was for the processing plant, vehicle processing plant. Is that 90 jobs for the processing plant, or is it for the whole site? So I just want a bit of clarity on that. And obviously, we all know the problems of the 143, and this is going to provide additional traffic onto the 143, and that can't be ignored. But I do appreciate it's taking traffic congestion away from the villages, particularly central Stanton. So I'm pretty much sitting on the fence on this, and I'll take the rest of the debate and make a decision later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor Bull, your name's come up. Is that because you wanted to? You do want to speak?
Please.
Okay.
A lot of the objections are centred around the 143 and the traffic and how it will affect people. And we're told that actually that isn't really a material planning consideration. But when we look at planning proposals, we talk about the amenity of the people around it. I can't think of anything that is going to affect people's amenity more than traffic. Does that not, so this concept of amenity, does it not extend to this effect? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillor London, please. Yes,
Thank you, Chair. I have three questions which are linked, if I may. And just one comment, which is just to say thank you to everyone who has come today to take an interest in this. First of all, with regards to use cases, so within the actual proposal, we have the plots A, B, C, and D, which have clearly defined use cases. So we know what kinds of things could be constructed on those sites. I have no question there. With regards to the other end of the site, we have a use case for the ancillary buildings, which is B8 use case. However, there is no use case that is referenced for the permeable pads where the storage on distribution of accident damaged and non-damaged motor vehicles. So I'm just wondering what if there is a different renter in this area and a different business doing things, what are we actually granting planning permission for the use case for those areas? What is the kinds of acceptable industrial uses to those pads in addition to the processing of accident damaged and non-damaged motor vehicles? In addition to that, it's mentioned as a permeable surfacing. I'm just wondering, again, what that means. Are we talking about gravel pads? Are we talking about some kind of a bonded surface? Because that will affect the activities that take place there. I note that the runoff from this site in, I think it is paragraph 217, is noted to be going off to an existing sewer due to there being no existing watercourse in the immediate vicinity. If we do have damaged motor vehicles resting on these pads, I know that the more complex issues are happening in the restricted area, but what is the remediation for any fluids or materials coming from this other section going down into the sewer? I haven't been able to see the 106, so there is obviously a lot more water, a lot more material coming down into that sewer. If that hits the sewage treatment plant, which is normally biological in nature, is there any mitigation with regards to these automotive fluids in the sewage treatment plant? And then finally, the site is 22% for the parking, 22% electric vehicle infrastructure. And going forwards, it would assume that if we are and that is currently the only thing I can see before me, looking at damaged and non-damaged motor vehicles, that a significant proportion of those going forwards will not be ICE vehicles, but will instead be electric vehicles, which have entirely different safety regimes around them. I'm not an expert, but I do know that it requires an incredible amount of water to put out an electric vehicle fire. And again, looking back at paragraph 217, the reason why we're using a sewer is because there is no existing watercourse within the immediate vicinity. So what would be the plans in the unfortunate incident of an electrical vehicle fire?
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I also have a few questions, I'm afraid. In the representation from the parish council that was read out, there was something mentioned, I just want to clarify. They had said that they assumed that there would be consultation on the use of the larger plot, and I wasn't sure whether that plot that they're referring to, is that part of the other planning application, or is that part of this one? And if so, will there be consultation on it? I just wanted to clarify that. And then, unsurprisingly, I'm thinking about ecology and biodiversity. I see that sort of the birds have been addressed, the bats, the reptiles. I assume that the hedgehogs, hares and badgers are sort of collateral damage, but it does mention the common toad as a priority species. So I just wanted to clarify, will there be any mitigation for the toads? Because nothing on that is mentioned. And then on the dark zones, it's not clear, is there going to be lighting all the time? Because that is still going to affect the bats, even if the light isn't directly on the tree canopies. I just, again, want some clarity on that lighting situation, on whether or not there are also going to be dark times at night. And I think that was everything for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Miller-Jones. I know these are subjects that you feel very strongly about, so thank you for bringing them up at this early stage. Your next door neighbour, Councillor David Smith, please.
Thanks, Chair. I say, sort of plus sides, okay. Road improvements are always going to be a good thing in this area. Obviously, don't need to tell the residents how much this road gets snarled up. Rural employment, another good point. But how many jobs are actually going to be made? I mean, we quoted 90 jobs, but that's based on the previous occupier, I believe, would be providing 90 jobs. So we don't really know how many jobs will be created. And again, is that going to be local people, or is it just going to be adding to more traffic chaos by people commuting into this site? There's some good points here for Stanton. That's what I'm saying. I'm not surprised that they're happy with it. But unfortunately, as has been mentioned, immediate impact for the surrounding villages is not so good, and there is significant harm to them in this respect. Yeah, a lot of this, it's difficult to know what we're actually deciding on here, because if it seems to be geared towards this Copart company, and a lot of the buildings are very specific, and parts of this application specific to that sort of business. They're not 10 a penny, are they? Let's face it. Once in a generation, apparently. The viability, there was mentioned early on in Gary's report about the viability and the fact that there is an option there of creating, making it residential site, if I heard correctly. As far as I'm aware, part of the site was already been disregarded for residential because of the sustainability and the fact that you would need schools, which are not going to be built there. So I don't see how you could then sort of consider building houses here. There were many more things, I'm sure. But at the moment, I'm struggling to see how I can vote for approval of this. I come from the other end of the A143, where we have had issues where sites have been put forward for industrial site and then they've been found to be not viable, and so we've had houses built instead, which is the last thing we need at that end. Again, there was mention about lorry drivers and their ablutions, as mentioned. Again, we've had that problem with lorry drivers without no facilities being provided for lorry drivers, parking up in lay-bys and leaving their waste there. So that is a genuine concern, I think. So I think that's just about me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor David Smith. And your next door neighbour, Councillor Marg May White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I just absolutely understand the benefits to Stanton. They are quite clear, and nobody could dispute that. And for that reason, I could be in favour of it. But what I want to hear are reassurances that the other villages will not be so severely impacted by lorries and traffic coming through their villages. I represent Rougham. We have a similar airfield which has been developed, and we have now coming a McDonald's and everything else on the roadside. So it's going to be very similar to this sort of setup that's proposed here. And I do see a huge amount of traffic coming through Rougham now to join the Sudbury Road. Now, we were assured at the time that there would be no impact on Rougham, but unfortunately there is, and I can see exactly the same happening here. People have sat-navs, they take the quickest route they possibly can, and sat-navs do not help us by taking them down unsuitable lanes very often, and we actually travelled down a pretty unsuitable lane yesterday. So what I want, and that's why I wanted Suffolk County Council highways here, I want to hear assurances of what mitigation we can make for the surrounding villages. I travel up the A134 quite frequently, and again, Rougham has been impacted by huge development in Thurston, and so has the road A134. We were promised that we would have changes at the Bunbury Arms crossover on the A134. Nothing has happened there, despite all the building that's taken place at Thurston. So I cannot place much faith in Suffolk County Council highways carrying out changes and promised improvements that should come forward before a lot of these buildings take place. It's the same old story. We're promised improvements, we're promised there'll be changes, and then we wait 10 years for them to come. Meanwhile, the Bunbury Arms crossroads, as we know, is an accident black spot. People are being killed there, and we're still waiting for those improvements. I completely understand where Ixworth are coming from. You cannot cross that 3-lane bypass on foot. In fact, I've never seen anyone crossing it. They need some kind of reassurance that there would be a footpath that they can actually use to get across that road. And the same will happen up here to Hepworth. So I am torn because I think the benefits to Stanton will be enormous. But equally, I have concerns, and I want to have reassurance that there will be mitigating, that there will be mitigating developments for the surrounding villages as regards any possible rat runs through their villages. The other thing I'd quite like to hear from the planning officer is about the sue genesis. You mentioned that when we were on our site visit, and I'd just like to understand a little bit more about that, if that is this application. The other thing I have concerns about is it's a very detailed application for a specific company, and yet we're told that allegedly that company is not coming. So would we not be better having an outline planning permission for that site? And then when the company does come forward, then we see the detailed application. Because I find it curious that we're having a detailed application for something that apparently now is not coming. So thank you, Chairman.
Right, members, I've got 4 more members who are registered to speak. Councillor Thorndyke, Glossop, Holder and Whitton. After that, I'm going to go back to officers and try officers to go through some of the questions and provide answers. And I'm sure that will then trigger some further involvement from the committee. So Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Well, I'm going to be picking through various bits on this as we've gone through the debate, through the input. 105 letters, that's impressive. It's not as impressive as the 120 plus for the housing estate that's planned in Stanton. I'll flag that one up so we can think we're going to get an exciting meeting when we get to that eventually. I've got every sympathy with Ben with his Ixworth crossing. It is just a matter of time before someone gets killed on that road. And it's only good luck that it hasn't happened so far. Believe me, I say that with some feeling. But if we're going to talk about the Ixworth crossing, can we talk about the Barningham Road crossing in Stanton? It's another nightmare to cross the road. Same traffic, only 2 lanes to cross, but it's a nightmare. So I think we should be looking at that one as well as Ixworth when we get to it. But again, it's highways. Where are they? The HGVs in Stanton, yes, this will get rid of the HGVs, but only with a weight restriction order put on some part of Stanton. Probably the primary school, because that's the only thing that covers all the turn-ins and everything else. So we need to bear that in mind, that although we're saying, yes, it'll get rid of the heavy goods, it won't until highways put a weight restriction on it. School parking's a nightmare. Bear in mind that was a middle school at one time, and the kids were busting. Now they all come in cars. It's an absolute nightmare. It'll need something apart from getting rid of the lorries to cure it, but that's highways problem again. Avanti, I'm surprised to see that as a problem. So Avanti was a coma site because it used to store gas. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't store gas now, apart from what comes out of the bottles that come back in for recycling. So I'm puzzled as to why that's flared up when it was removed as a site in 2015, I think. The gas storage went and it was taken off the, unless some regulation has changed in health and safety that says it's got to be in there. But basically they have very little gas there, so I don't see why it's being flagged up as a headache for this. The Walsham Willers rat running has been going on since the airfield was opened up, I think. It's a nightmare, but nothing gets done about it. It goes on and on for year on year. And it's a problem now. It'll be a problem till God knows when, unless somebody decides they're going to do something with it. I won't mention highways again. Great Barton, where are they today? We've been talking about the issues in Barton with the environment, but I haven't seen anybody today. I haven't had any input from Barton today. I'm a bit puzzled. I thought we would have been. And before anybody says my thing didn't mention the traffic before, this morning was 45 minutes to get in here from Stanton, 10 miles. I think that tells you something of the problems on that road already existing, not what are going to get put in by any other development along the way. We have a real problem there now, not after this development or after the next development or after the houses going in Ixworth, which will slow my lot down even more because I've got to give away the roundabout. It's something that needs sorting now, not after development. I'm sorry, Chair, it needs putting right before we give us started on any more.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Councillor Glossop, please.
Thank you, Chairman. A lot of the things I was going to say, Councillor Sarah has already said, Sarah Maldonado-White, but this is a very important application, and this site has been going on for years. All the statutory consultees have got no problem or haven't seemed to have any problem. And I do believe we've had a lot talked about flooding today. We've had a lot talked about highways. So we do need representation here from the statutory organisations. We're left here to make a decision on things that they're saying they have decided that there isn't a problem. So I do worry about that. We're being asked to look at this application and Co-Part isn't going to be there anymore. So we've no idea who will be taking that part of the site. So I'm not quite sure how we can take a decision on that. The gentleman from Hepworth called Nigel, I'm sorry, I haven't written his surname down very well. He did mention quite a lot of important, what he said were legal applications or things not correct. So is our officer going to actually answer those so that we, the committee, can be assured either our planning officer is correct or Nigel is correct? if this application does get go forward today, can I be reassured that all these villages surrounding, there will be a liaison group for them so that they can be discussing with the developer all the time all their problems? I am very concerned about this because having sat here today listening to everything, I almost feel as if this committee is being asked to make a decision on something that doesn't sound terribly sound to me. So I'm not very happy, and I have no idea how I will vote at this stage. Thank you.
Councillor Holder, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's been brought up by several councillors here. I'm very pleased to get the history lesson of Stanton from the member there. I do remember going out to this site on several occasions and going to the horse incinerator, awful sort of facility, which didn't happen. IKEA, which I saw, was an incredibly impressive building with IKEA in 20-foot high letters. It was so big. And also the Shell facility next door coming up at that time, as it has at this time. And I agree with Councillor Thorndyke. Why is it there? What I would ask the officers just to explain to me, because I'm not an expert like some are, about the ratings of industrial use like B8, which has been mentioned here. The facility of Copart, and I looked up their business, and it's very extensive, including sales of new vehicles and reclaimed vehicles. But the fact is, as Councillor London mentioned, we're moving into an EV world, and these things are starting to prove a little bit problematic. And the recycling of EV parts is a specialist thing. Now they say, oh, you can easily take out the battery cells and then send them off to a recycler. But as we know, if once those things catch light, they can cause huge amounts of damage and also are very difficult to put out, despite the fire department saying, oh, you've got to put some hydrants on site, to bring water in. Fine, but water doesn't tend to put out electric fires, and it did no very good on Luton multi-storey car park, which everybody was rushing to say was a diesel vehicle, which took the whole facility out. So what's a chain reaction through the site? And it's talking about if a similar recycler goes there, or 5,000 vehicles. Well, that's a hell of a lot of petrol, oil, brake fluid, other fluids, and electric batteries. So we're not getting much clarity there. And certainly the report from Suffolk Fire Service didn't give any clarity on that, didn't even mention it. So that's pretty bad. The traffic, we just had a site visit, and we wingled down these narrow Stanton lanes in a bus, and we're thinking, oh my God, then we went out into some of the arms, out towards the other villages, and it's very narrow, very difficult. You've got a very busy main road to cross at any junction there. So the traffic isn't going to go away. And there's a film where they say, build it and they will come. Why aren't our masters, including ourselves, if you like, facilitating the building of these road improvements, these roundabouts, these access roads, the weight limits, all that we've heard about today, before even something like this comes forward? It seems like the previous council in charge of this site, which was St Edmundsbury Borough Council, were really keen to get this site off the ground and be an employment area, despite all the obvious hindrances to bringing it forward. And here we are, how many years later, Jim? At least 25, at least. And we're still no further really bringing this site forward to any meaningful economic use. And I think even today's attempt is, it's a bit of a sticking plaster, quite frankly. I said to a colleague out in the tea room, it's a bit of a curate's egg, the whole thing. It's not a happy decision we've got to make today. And I can understand people, residents coming down on one side or the other. I'm all for economic development, as you know, from previous times I've spoken about things. And it's mentioned in here about the feed mill, which is just outside Bury St Edmunds towards Great Barton. I was very keen on that. But that wasn't putting lots of traffic on the A143. It was bringing it more out to the A14. So I'd just like to get a little bit of clarity on what the B uses are, because if we're going to have a facility that is dangerous, we really need to know about the mitigation that is being made, and it isn't clear for me.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hall. And finally, Councillor Whittam, before we go to officers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think a lot of my colleagues have spoken very eloquently about this, and I share most of their reservations about this application. The traffic on the 143 is a major concern now before we even move forward to thinking about this development. And certainly the effect on the surrounding villages will be profound. And as has been explained previously, I am particularly concerned about the storage of electric vehicles and their fire risk and pollution risk from those vehicles, and would really like to know that there's better mitigations than a fire hydrant nearby. The fact that Copart have withdrawn, who will run this vehicle processing plant? We're being asked to approve an application on an unknown basis, basically. And I'm also very concerned about the permeable storage areas for vehicles and the potential risk of pollution. And I feel, from what I've heard today, that I simply cannot support this application. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Whittam. We'll now go to officers, and I'm sure there are dozens or more of questions. We'll have to go through them progressively, and then we'll open it up to discussion by the committee again. Okay. So, Gary, over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Apologies if I've missed anything here, but I've tried to note down everything I can. And obviously I won't have the answers for absolutely everything, but I will try my best. Firstly, the Copart was mentioned and the impact on the application. The application, as everyone well knows, was originally submitted with Copart as a known end user. That's actually quite unusual for a lot of commercial developments because you often don't have an end user in place. There's various examples you can have at Suffolk Business Park, etc., where we've allowed commercial buildings with no known end user. In this case, we did know that. The application is therefore quite specific in regards to the needs of that end user. However, the removal of that end user does not stop the application from being capable of being determined or looked at. The application is for vehicle storage and processing. It's not for a vehicle breaker's yard, which I'll come on to later in some of the other questions that I've got. So in terms of the impact on the application, it's certainly our view that it is more than capable of being determined as a use that's being proposed. It's being proposed in full. Therefore, obviously we consider all the issues of siting, design, access, layout, which are being considered, and includes the provision of buildings. Any end user that comes in on the site would be bound by this application, be it Copart, which potentially could happen in the future, or another end user. So hopefully that clarifies that question. Cycle access and bus stop and pedestrian crossing, I think, was mentioned. The cycle access proposed and footpaths There's obviously significant improvements and links through to Stanton, but also Hepworth. There is that crossing point that I mentioned, but there is no pedestrian crossing in terms of a Toucan crossing or anything like that proposed. It's just an enhancement to existing footpaths close to the existing bus stop. Of course, there is potential for future improvements. Should this application get approved, there are an adjoining development on here, and the impacts of that will be looked at on its own merits, which may, of course, require further improvements. But the improvements that have been put forward for this application are considered proportionate and acceptable in terms of the impact that's going to be generated. Jobs, 90 jobs were mentioned. This is in relation to the vehicle processing part of the site, not for the whole site. The outline elements of the site, the uses, the B2, B8, and obviously the roadside uses, the number of jobs to be created are unknown for that at this stage, but that will be, of course, be additional to those 90. So a fairly significant amount, I would say. Amenity, the local residents, and I think that was in relation to traffic, was mentioned as a question. I think the councillor talked of it as not being a material consideration, but it is a material consideration. Indeed, it has been covered in the report. And that, of course, in this respect, is to do with obviously the A143 itself, but also traffic through surrounding villages. That has been taken account of and factored into in both the officer recommendation and indeed the highway recommendation. There will be additional impact, but it's not considered to be significant. There's the use of travel plans, etc., which are mentioned in the report, which is also conditioned, as well as which will affect both workers to and from the site, but also the commercial traffic as well, in terms of the fact that they'll be able to, they won't have to necessarily always be travelling at peak times. So therefore, the impact, whilst there will be some impact, it's not considered to be significant, and hence the recommendation is as it stands. But just to be clear, it is taken into account as a material consideration. Use class, I think the councillor mentioned it as use case. It's use class, I think he was referring to, which I presume we're talking about the vehicle processing area. Because it is vehicle storage with ancillary buildings for processing use, that is a B8 use. There's a distinction between that and a vehicle dismantlers, a breaker's yard, which is sui generis use, as in it's a use class in its own right. This is not proposed as a vehicle breaker's yard. That's a separate thing. They're also called in the trade authorised treatment facilities, not scrapyards. And Copart should they be the end user, of course, because this isn't an application for Copart, but other vehicle, we'll call it a vehicle storage processing. They often do have authorised treatment facilities elsewhere. Certainly, if we take the Copart as an example, they do have separate authorised treatment facilities across the country. It's distinctly separate from what's being proposed here, which is a B8 use overall. The material for the vehicle processing area, I think I next wrote down. I answered that. I don't know. I don't know what the full details are for the material for it. I know it's going to be impermeable. It was then questioned about fluids leaking from vehicles. Obviously, the processing, the impermeable area where that will take place will take out fluids as much as possible. However, I take your point that you can't guarantee necessarily that will be completely taken out, and there may be some leakage into that area. But conditions 22 and 23 of the recommendation attached to the report, it's in the late papers. They are, just to remind myself, I did write them down. That's to do with the disposal of surface water, and particularly condition 23, there's further details which will need to be submitted, which will include details of pollution control. There's interceptors that will be required as part of that. So whilst you can never 100% guarantee that nothing will ever happen, that will hopefully go as far as we can to mitigate for that. Electric vehicles and fire, I think I've wrote down there. I'm not sure how best I can really answer that. Obviously, I'm aware myself of electric vehicle fires, and but that's assuming, of course, that. Well, I don't know. I mean, that are we talking fires, damaged vehicles coming in, or electric vehicles being stored there that then may catch fire? I can't really answer that in full. I'm not an expert on electric vehicles. Clearly, anyone at Yuzu who comes in here will have to meet health and safety standards and the required legislation for the storage of those types of vehicles. But beyond that, I'm afraid I can't answer that in any more detail. The councillor mentioned. Sorry, apologies, I haven't written down the names of the councillors. I've just written down the questions, but talked about consultations on a larger plot. I'm not sure I understand that question. The use of the larger plot, is that within this application site, or are we talking the neighbouring application site? I'm not fully...
It's Councillor Miller-Jones who made it.
Yeah, so it was Councillor Miller-Jones, I think, who...
Is it, so that was actually my question. It was what was in the representation from the parish council, and I didn't understand which they were talking about.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones.
Sorry, yeah, we'll come back to that question. Right. I think Councillor Miller-Jones also talked about ecology and toads specifically, but other animals as well. But what I refer there is the conditions 25 and 26, which include a submission of a KEMP, which is a construction environmental management plan. So that further requires further details to be submitted in respect to biodiversity and ecology during construction, identification of such things as biodiversity protection zones. So there's the reason I refer you to this is this then allows for further details to be submitted to ensure that, as far as possible, protected species, and obviously toads, as you mentioned, can be protected. So that can be written in there. We can even make that more clearer to point that out, to make it, to make that clear for everyone. Lighting, condition 17, I think there's a couple of conditions actually that deal with that, condition 17 being one of them, but I know what is proposed within the full vehicle processing area. There will be a significant amount of lighting that will be, I believe, on for pretty much most of the time, but it is, obviously not during the day, but it is, they have submitted a lighting diagram which shows that there won't be any light spill. But as I say, the conditions themselves still require further details of that to be submitted and approved. So that will be dealt with should there be any approval on the application. Residential element of the scheme and viability, I think was mentioned. I referenced that in my presentation. The residential element dates back to the master plan for the site. RV4, policy RV4 doesn't specifically mention that. It talks about those higher end uses, of course, which I mentioned. That then, so the residential then came into play in the master plan, and it was indeed submitted for largely for viability reasons, to ensure the viability of a scheme that could come forward. That has now been removed. Obviously, the conditions have changed. And the opportunity obviously came around for the vehicle processing use, so that was removed from the scheme, but it was only ever there as part of the master plan and nothing else. Mitigation for surrounding villages in terms of traffic. Obviously, the situation, as Councillor Thorndike has mentioned, it's an existing issue, well known along the A143. I'm aware, obviously, of the potential rat runs and people trying to avoid the congestion. 2 places at Ixworth, obviously, and Great Barton. It's a tricky one because one application can't fix all the problems which are already there, and I don't disagree that it's a problem that needs dealing with, and we have a responsibility partly, but also obviously the county council also have a responsibility in sorting that out as best they possibly can. There is a scheme in place at Great Barton on the back of the Thurston developments. There's a 106 in place there, and there's a traffic light junction arrangement which is due to come in. I can't tell you obviously when that's going to be and what impact that will have, but clearly it's felt that will have more of a positive impact. But in terms of rat running through villages and people using villages as school, unfortunately that's beyond. It's beyond what's been offered on this application, which deals with the impact itself. It's a difficult one to deal with because it basically relies on humans deciding which route they want to take in their vehicle. What this can deal with, of course, this application, is the commercial traffic through the travel plans, etc., which is mentioned in the report, in terms of what routes they use. But for workers, etc., in cars or bikes or on foot, that's up to them. So beyond that, I'm afraid I can't give you any guarantees in regards to the impact on neighbouring villages. Other than that, highways, recognise it, but don't think it's significant enough to warrant a refusal of the application. Footbridge across the A143. I pointed out the issue to members on the site visit there. It's a known issue. It's one that's hopefully due to be resolved in due course on the back of developments in Ixworth. I take the point that this, that I think there seems to be a desire from members and the public, certainly, that this should be contributing to solving that issue and financially. Again, Highways didn't put that forward or didn't see that as needed in this application in terms of the impacts from this. Clearly, other development direct in Ixworth and other development coming forward along the A143, including the adjoining site, could potentially contribute towards that if it's deemed necessary and required and proportionate. But this application, judged on its own merits, wasn't deemed necessary for that on the back of the other improvements that are being put forward, and the relief road, of course, and the roundabout. Sui generis, sui genesis, I think, was mentioned, which was a new one. It's sui generis use. I think I've already covered that, but basically, yes, sui generis use in this context would be a vehicle dismantlers. What's being put forward in this application is a B8 storage use with ancillary buildings. I've got the end user detailed application. I think that was a comment about that the application should be, or why is it a detailed application if there's no end user known? I think I covered that off in the previous question. It doesn't stop it being, put forward as it is, and it's often the case that we would not approve commercial development without an end user known at that point. Weight restriction in Stanton. This is something that can be considered. It is subject to public consultation, and it's something brought forward by the county council as local highway authority. I might have to take advice on this, but I'm not sure if we can actually condition that that's required, because it's subject to public consultation. So it could, of course, be that the public don't want it. Unlikely, but it's possible. But I'll take advice on that and come back to you if that my view there is wrong. But it could happen outside of this application. It's not, although because this application doesn't necessarily propose it, it still could happen at the request of the local public and through local consultation. Legal issues with the description and the use class for vehicle storage. I've already answered the use class issue. The legal issues with the description, this relates, I think, back to when the application was originally submitted. It's simply the outline elements of the proposal, just simply proposed uses without buildings. That was pointed out to me as an officer, and that description was changed many months ago now during the course of the application, so that it now actually relates to outline permission for buildings. So in your officer's view, the application, the description is valid, it's legal. It hasn't just recently been changed, it was changed several months ago, and there was a reconsultation done afterwards. The use class, co-part, I've mentioned that already. Fire risk, electric vehicle cars. Well, beyond what I've already said, I think the fire risk is also to do with the joining of anti-gas site. Councillor Thorndyke gave an update on that. It is still on our records as a consultation zone, a hazard zone, where we consult the health and safety executive on. I'm not aware of how much gas is stored on that site anymore, but of course they were consulted and they came back and without any objections to the proposal. I think there is some local residents are concerned about, and parish councils, about the risk of fire, obviously from, in light of recent fires at co-part sites, and obviously from electric vehicles, being that close to that storage site. But as I say, the health and safety executive looked at this on the basis of vehicles being stored that close to the site, and they didn't have any issues with it. I think hopefully, apart from the one we were getting clarification on, which Rachel will talk about, but hopefully I've covered everything else. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, there's just, I think, 3 points that I wanted to add that I'd noted as questions. Just going back to Councillor Miller-Jones's query about, I think I'd jotted down consultation on the use of the larger plot, and it was a query raised by one of the parishes in the public speaking. The larger plot on this application is the full element of the scheme, and that's for storage and processing of vehicles. If a different use came forward, that would require planning permission that we would then, obviously it would need a new planning application. So it's quite a defined use in the description of the application. If something else came forward that didn't fit within that defined use, it would be a new application. I think it was Councillor Glossop mentioned, and it was something that was raised by, I think, the Mid-Suffolk councillor that spoke, the idea of a liaison group if the proposals were approved, and that is something that from time to time we have conditioned if it was felt that it was something that was necessary to make the development acceptable. So it's not impossible that could be added on as an additional condition requiring details of a liaison group to be set up during the construction and the ongoing use of the site. And then the last thing I wanted to clarify was in relation to, there's been some concerns about fire and also electric vehicles being stored on the site. There would be a permit required from the Environment Agency for the use of the site for storage and depollution of vehicles. So that would be something that I think would be dealt with through that permitting regime as opposed to in detail by the planning authority. And that was all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Rachel. Right. I've got members wishing to continue the debate, and that's Councillor Thorndyke, please. You're first.
We can, thank you. Yeah. Back to Avanti very quickly. It used to be Shell Gas. They caused great excitement one day by managing to uncouple one of their tankers, which was still delivering. Closed the area down completely. I think Gary might well remember that. But now they're cleaning bottles. There is no storage up there of any quantity of gas, and the storage container is way clear of where we're talking about with this development. The weight restriction, I continue to worry about that because this is of no benefit to Stanton until you get the weight restriction in. And knowing how long it took them to get a zebra crossing into the co-op shop in the village, nearly 2 years, can we not get highways here and people who are capable of answering the questions we put at them to come up with an accurate idea of what we're actually up against? Because I see this road taking, I don't know, a couple of years to build, and then we sit and wait for a weight restriction. Until that point, Stanton has got no benefit, nor has anywhere else. But it's a problem. We've got to sort it, and it's got to be done before we go anywhere else. So can we, I suspect, I don't know, that any proposal on this today is going to get turned down or deferred or something rather than passed. So can we not have a move to get highways here to talk to us? And as I say, people are capable of answering the questions.
Councillor, are you actually proposing deferral?
I'm not proposing anything, Chair.
Right, okay. Because that, we would require to convene for another meeting on that basis, but, right, Councillor Ball, please.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from the weight restriction, it doesn't give one much faith in what Highways are saying about this. Everything will be all right with the traffic, when they haven't sort of pushed that forward, that is something that should be tied in with what's going on. And as Councillor Thorndike has said, this could take years. And while I can see advantages for Stanton, it does seem to me a case of robbing Peter to pay Paul, that Stanton may eventually be better off, but all these other villages are going to suffer. And we're not talking about just car traffic. We're talking about big vehicles coming off the A14 onto the 143. And as a side, and it's not actually relevant, but we have an ongoing problem with Compiègne Way. But it frightens me what will happen, where these transporters will have to go if they don't sort that out. I'm minded to actually move for refusal, but I don't know if there is a seconder at this stage. Thank you.
Could you just be clear on the reason, please? That's okay.
Oh, I didn't need to do that, did I? Apologies. One day I'll get it right. I think on the traffic and the amenity, I think the traffic is just too much for these roads. I think, yeah. As a regular user of a road that is already overloaded, the thought of all these transporters is just frightening.
It's the cumulative impact, effectively.
Yeah, that's a good expression. Thank you.
And Councillor Taylor, you put your hand up to second the motion, I think. Did you want to speak, Councillor?
Yes, please. It's the first time that I've been on this committee, and I've listened to everyone this morning. Everything that keeps coming back was one of my colleagues said earlier, the benefits versus the harm. And I think actually at this moment in time, when we're talking about some of the benefits that could be there, might be 90 jobs, there might be this, there might be that. Some benefits could come for Stanton. I actually do believe at this moment in time that I couldn't vote for this to be moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Mel May White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I just needed to correct. I was talking about the A134 sometimes instead of the A43. You can tell I live in Ruffham because that's the problem we have with rat running through to the A134. And of course, what I'm seeing here will be similar to the A143. And you talk about cumulative impact, and that's exactly why I want highways here, because I completely understand that we have to base our decision on the application before us, but at some point we do have to take into consideration the cumulative impact on a single road and where it joins on the A14. And I know highways say they've done that and they've done this, but we live here and we don't see any benefits or improvements that have been promised. As Jim says, it takes 2, 3, 4, 5. We're still waiting at Thurston for the improvements that were promised there, and nothing's been forthcoming. And our villages do suffer from that. So I just, as a committee and as a council, we have to have a wider view, and we have to take into account some of the cumulative impact. So I want highways here to actually talk to us about that. But I do understand as a committee we have this application before us that we have to decide. So it's a really difficult dilemma that we have. And, thank you to the officer and people who've taken such trouble to put these reports before us. But I just find it difficult to make a decision when I see the wider problems that are occurred. And we've all been struck by that Compiègne Way problem this time. And yet when we made the decision on British Sugar, on the sugar mill, the feed mill coming forward, we were told the Compiègne Way situation had been resolved. But quite clearly this winter it hasn't. So it's very difficult for us to put faith in some of these so-called experts telling us that there will be no problem when the rest of us who travel up and down these roads and through the villages know that there is a problem. But thank you for, sitting through today and sharing it so well.
I take it the applause isn't for the chair in that particular. Right, I've got Councillor London, Thorndyke, Dicker and Neil. And then I'm going to, as the committee know, we have to defer to Rachel's view on whether this should be a minded to decision under the decision-making protocol. Right, Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for not being ill. I'm sure I speak for Phil and myself when I say we wouldn't want to have your seat today. Thank you very much, Gary, for letting us know about the interceptors for the water. I think that's critical. I still have some more digging to do with regards to use class, if that's okay. So we have the B8 use class is for the entirety of that site rather than just the ancillary buildings. I'd like to confirm, because there are some pathways under permitted development from B8 to C3, and I'd just like to confirm that those pathways are blocked off and that there is no possible route with regards to permitted development that doesn't come back through the council for other activities other than very, very specifically the distribution and processing of accident damaged and non-damaged motor vehicles, which is what is written here. I'd also like to ask in the late paper on page 9, the full planning permission, it states that if planning permission is given, the development is hereby permitted shall not begin not later than 10 years from the date of permission. 10 years seems to be a non-standard number. It's not normally quite that long. I was just wondering what the reasoning for giving an entire decade to begin development was. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor London. The fact we've got a motion for deferral, maybe some of this and subsequent member interests can... Sorry. Yes, refusal. I beg your pardon, not deferral, but yeah, sorry. Yes, because I'm sure Rachel will explain that this will be coming back. Okay, yeah. So, but quite happy to take it. Councillor Dicker, please. How nice to hear from you, sir.
I thought Jim was before me.
Oh, yes, he is, actually. No, you were top. You were top of the list, actually.
He's got flashing light. I haven't.
Have you? Oh, right. Chairman's prerogative, as you know, as chair of the council, is I can call them in any order I want. So Councillor Dicker, you're on.
Pure favouritism. Thank you. I'll remember the next time at the full council meeting to allow you. Right, where was I? It was unexpected so soon. Okay, as my role of the chairman of the council, I've been going around a lot of the parish councils, and in particular the old Sir Ebbsbury side, because I don't know the areas and everything like that. I visited Stanton and I visited Hetworth, and the Hetworth Parish Council, in their own, during their meeting and talking about the local plan and everything, made me very sure of where they stand and the reasons why. Now, I see that there is a motion for a refusal, and I see the reasons one of the reasons is the highways. I don't feel we can do that simply because we don't have our own evidence. The evidence given to us is from the county council, and we are meant to go by that. Now, had I been able to vote, or instead of being banned from voting today, I would have actually proposed that we deferred this and get the county council here. I know, though, we can't twist their arms and make them, but that is what I would have done had I been able to. And I think that is the sensible thing. As councillors, we have a responsibility, a big responsibility, and I can see with the speaking today that members are really thinking about this. So I would have asked for a deferment for the county council here. Then members will know they can ask the questions to them that I fear. We can ask the questions that the parish councils are concerned about, and rightly so. And then we would make a fully informed decision. But I can't do that today because I went to Primark. I just want to know that's how I feel. That's what I want to say today. Thank you.
Yeah, wise words, I think, in all fairness. Councillor Thorndyke, you're back on my list.
Does that mean I don't speak, sir? Oh, thank you. Yeah, just a quickie. The road across to Sumner Road, I've been looking through the conditions and I haven't found it yet. Is that going to be stopped up as part of the development? The second thing is what Gary mentioned, the development next door. Just as a brief bit on that, a very brief bit on that, and not intended to swap anything around today. That has got car parking for 800 cars, and I think it's 250 heavy goods with it. So that'll need some thinking about as well. But basically, I would prefer deferral rather than refusal at this stage. Yeah. On the grounds that we get the highways people along.
We can't, as you well know, we can't do a second motion at the moment. We'll have to go through the refusal, but subject to the advice from Rachel, the motion for refusal. But whoever. And Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. We've been discussing for a long, long while, and the crux of the matter is it's all down to infrastructure, traffic flow, and the impact it's having on the villages. That's the crux of the matter. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a very, very sound application, but it's in the wrong location. This needs to be right off a major road and not in amongst a load of villages. So I just happen to think that on all consideration, I'm going to have to go for refusal on it. Thank you.
And could I just say, and finally, before we go to Rachel and Gary again, Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So this proposal, because it goes against officer recommendations, if it then goes to a minded to, that would then mean it has to come back at a later date anyway. So that would be a sort of automatic deferral. And if that was the case, could we ensure that highways were invited to that? Like, could we make that part of the refusal that, or is that not possible? Does that not make sense?
No, you've got it absolutely right. But there's going to have to be some work done between officers here and officers in Suffolk. But I'm going to invite Rachel now to comment precisely on that point. because I think it's important that we do see the county highways people here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, as some members have excuse me, anticipated, we don't have a highways objection, so we don't have evidence to support that recommended refusal reason. I note that Councillor Ball was talking about cumulative traffic impacts, but also impacts on amenity as a result of that traffic. So I would advise you that this would need to be a minded to vote, so minded to refuse for those reasons. We will bring back a risk assessment report in accordance with our decision-making protocol, and we will be asking the Highways Authority to come along when that report is ready to be put before members. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. So that clear, I think that gives us the clarity, doesn't it? So this is a minded to refuse as opposed to, Councillor Glossop.
I don't quite understand, because if we're now saying it's got to come back because it's going to be a minded to, what's the difference from deferring it then? What's the difference?
Made a statement.
No, because the proposal was put for refusal, we have to deal with that particular motion. But because that would require a risk assessment, it has to come back anyway. Had Councillor Dicker been participating fully, because he was diverted this morning on chair, then I'm sure he would have proposed deferral. But the end result is the same, in my view, in all fairness. So look, could we, the officer's recommendation was for approval. It was proposed by Councillor Ball for refusal, which has been changed into a minded to refuse, and that's seconded by Councillor Taylor. Could I see a show of hands in favour of minded to refuse, please, which is against the officer's recommendation? And those against specifically that motion, please. Yeah, because I would have gone for deferral. Are there any abstentions? Can I just be clear? Are there any abstentions? Yes, there are. Over to you, Claire.
Thank you.
Collect your thoughts.
So that is 10 votes in favour, 3 votes against, and 1 abstention. The motion is carried and the decision-making protocol is invoked, and the minded to decision will be subject to a risk assessment for future consideration by the committee.
Thank you, Claire. And that brings the end of part A of the agenda, and I thank everybody for attending. I'm going to say. Right, we're now going to have a break. I think a nice round number is we'll be back here to start promptly at 1:30. Okay? And if you're here for part B of the agenda, which I've noted that there are people who've arrived, so we will start at 1:30 on item 6 of the agenda. A warm welcome to the Part B of the Development Control Committee today, the 6th of March. Because this is split into an A and a B section, we're just going to repeat a couple of items, if I may. First and foremost is the apologies that have been received. Helen, over to you.
Chair, we have apologies from councillors Mick Bradshaw and Rachel Hood.
Thank you very much indeed, Helen. And could I ask Claire to elaborate on the declarations of interest, please?
Chair, sorry to interject, but may I just also clarify that Councillor Taylor is substituting for Councillor Mick Bradshaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah.
We have had declarations of interest from Councillor Sayer in respect of agenda item 6. She will be listening to a presentation and any public speaking before leaving the room. And in respect of agenda item 7, we have a declaration of interest from Councillor Whittam, who likewise will be leaving the room before the debate starts.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Helen. So are we okay to proceed? Yeah, good. So James, over to you for your presentation on this application. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, members and members of the public. I hope you can all hear me okay. So this application is DC 221887 FUL. This application was presented at Development Control Committee on the 6th of February 2024, where it was deferred for a site visit. That site visit took place on the 4th of March 2024. This presentation provides a summary of the proposal and will also look to respond to some of the concerns raised during February committee. So just to recover over the application, this application seeks planning permission for a maintenance access to serve All Saints Golf and Country Club. The access will serve the northwestern section of the golf course and be accessed off of the street or the B1106 public highway. This application holds an officer recommendation of approval, which is contrary to the parish council and local ward members' objection. Just by way of an update on this application, since February committee, we have received additional representations which question the accuracy of the heritage impact statement and the swept path drawings. I will address this later in the presentation. I would also like to highlight and bring attention to a supporting amended explanatory note and response that was submitted by the applicant. This was received on last Friday after the late paper deadline, so it hasn't been issued as a late paper. Moving on, so this slide contains a snippet from Google Maps to provide context as to where the access is proposed. The snippet shows the location of the access, roughly with a red arrow, in relation to the wider golf course and the hotel itself. The image also shows part of the B1106 highway, which you can see runs through both Fornham, All Saints and St Genevieve. This slide is similar to the previous one, although from our mapping system, which shows the site in relation to All Saint and St Genevieve's defined housing settlement boundary and Fornham All Saints conservation area. So this site is outside of both of these boundaries, although it is directly adjacent. This slide contains an existing location plan, with the site again roughly indicated by a red arrow. This slide shows the amended proposed location plan. The key features to identify here are Acer Lodge, which is the bungalow located opposite the access. Of course, the B1106 highway, or the street. Larksgate Junction. As I mentioned previously and within the report, this access will be constructed over a drainage ditch using an engineered brick retaining wall. So this slide shows the amended proposed block plan. The access will have a maximum width of 6.3 metres, which then reduces to 3 metres at the end with a total length of 5.8 metres. The footpath will be altered using matching tarmac to the existing footpath as close as possible, with the remaining depth finished in grasscrete. Again, there's a picture of what grasscrete looks like near the end of the presentation. The brick retaining wall is described to not exceed 600 millimetres above the height of the road level. The brick retaining wall will be piped with a 600 millimetre concrete drainage pipe. This drawing also shows part of the 2.4 metre by 90 metre visibility display and the location of some of the biodiversity enhancements. This plan shows the amended elevation drawing, which shows the proposed fencing and gate at a height of 1.25 metres and at a width of 3 metres. The gates are estate style to be powder coated black. This slide contains two plans showing a swept path of a 2.3 metre wide by 7.17 metre long. Let me say that again, 7.17 metre long rigid axle vehicle manoeuvring into the site. The plan on the left shows the vehicle reversing in, and the plan on the right, this vehicle driving in a forward gear. Concern has been raised regarding this plan. However, as set within the report, the Highway Authority have responded stating that they do not consider it would result in an adverse risk to highway safety. The highway statement states that in practice, the vehicles that use this access would primarily be maintenance vehicles, which are unlikely to need to traverse the road centre line to complete a turn in or out. I will discuss the swept path again at the end of this presentation. Just moving on to the photographs, it's a bit difficult to see, but this is the photograph taken directly opposite Acer Lodge of roughly where the access is proposed. This is a photograph from the river, the bridge over the River Lark looking towards the access. This photograph is just to try and provide some context as to where the access is in comparison with Acer Lodge's shared access. And then this is a photograph from roughly near the Pound Meadow Junction. These are taken from Google Maps, but they're just to show roughly what the on-road visibility would be like. These are just some context images to show what Acer Lodge looks like in its position against the highway. A photograph of Larksgate Junction and the brick retaining wall that was constructed over the drainage ditch for that. There's a photograph of what Grasscrete looks like. The applicant or the agent has sent photographs of what the maintenance vehicles that would use this access are. The photographs are not directly the ones they use, but they're examples of the machinery that would maintain a golf course. Moving on to consultee comments. So the Highway Authority, or the Highways comments are shown on paragraphs 14 and 15 of this report. The Highways Authority have no objections to this application, subject to condition for the amended scheme, and they have confirmed within an email, and it's set up within a report, that they do not consider the proposal would result in an adverse risk to highway safety. The Conservation Officer no longer objects to this application following the amendments and submission of a heritage impact assessment, which identify no adverse impacts upon the conservation area. The parish councils and ward member Councillor Hopfensberger object to this application for the impact upon amenity, highway safety, impacts upon the conservation area, and the justification for the proposal. At the time of writing the report, we have had approximately 27 comments with 25 objections. These objections relate to, again, the impact upon amenity, impact upon highway safety, impact upon the conservation area, and the need of justification for the development. At this stage in the presentation in February, I discussed the material planning considerations of this application. For this presentation, I've summarised these points. For the reasons set out within the report, the principle of development is considered acceptable in accordance with policies DM5 and DM42. The site is rural, open and verdant in character. However, the amended scheme has been significantly reduced in size with a more appropriate choice of surfacing and boundary treatments. It is in the view of officers that the access would not result in an adverse impact upon the character and appearance of the area, nor will it adversely impact the conservation area. The access will be located approximately 13.8 metres from Acer Lodge's front window. The access is located on the opposite side of the road and separated from Acer Lodge by the public highway and a low brick wall. The access would be visible from the front windows of Acer Lodge, although these windows do already face onto the B1106 public highway. Considering the use of the access for vehicles which already maintain the golf course, this is not considered to adversely impact the amenity of this property. As discussed, there are no objections from Suffolk County Council. The access is shown with a visibility display of 90 metres, which accounts for speeding up to 37 miles per hour, and an access type which prioritises pedestrians. The development is not considered to adversely impact highway safety, and the submitted highways report advises that there are no reported road injury accidents within the past 24 years of the application site, and that there are no evidence of an underlying road safety issue. Very lastly, we have received an ecology report which demonstrates that the proposal would not harm any protected species or biodiversity in general. Just a few clarification points on the relevance of the historic access. The proposed access and its visual and highways impacts have been assessed on the basis of this being a new access. No weight has been attached to the evidence of a historic access in this location. This is because there is no evidence of how this access would have been used, and its exact location is unclear, and ultimately it no longer exists. Onto the swept path. A neighbour representation has been received showing their own swept path drawing. Officers have reviewed this representation and note that the applicant's swept path drawing shows that the maximum size vehicle that could and would use this access is a small rigid vehicle, 2.3 metres wide by 1.17 metres long. The swept path drawing within the representation shows a vehicle, a trailer and low loader which would exceed that size and wouldn't be able to use the access. I think in February committee there was a question about the condition that was restricting the use for maintenance purposes. Just as a matter of clarification, that is condition 4. We do not consider that it would be enforceable to impose a condition which restricts when maintenance vehicles could arrive and the frequency. Although moving on to frequency, the applicant has stated that this would be generally during daylight hours, 3 to 4 times a week. Of course, noting that the maintenance of a golf course is entirely seasonal and dependent on weather conditions. There are instances where dusk and sunrise maintenance work is required, although this is already carried out on site. The type of vehicle proposed to be able to use the access would be for the maintenance of the golf course, such as the tractors and mowers I showed earlier. The applicant has also considered the use of machinery to help maintain the row of replacement tree planting along this boundary. If you weren't aware, this boundary previously contained a row of poplar trees, which were removed after they gained the relevant consents. The Forestry Commission have required that this boundary be reinstated with a row of trees. If you're interested in more detail, that can be found in the applicant's submissions. To conclude, the access has been considerably reduced in width and depth with an improved style of gates and surfacing material. There are no objections from the Conservation Officer or Highway Authority. The development will be constructed in accordance with highway standards with sufficient visibility and prioritised pedestrians. There will be no impacts upon ecology with some modest biodiversity enhancements. So this application is recommended for approval in accordance with the Joint Development Management Plan, St Edmund Course Strategy and the NPPF. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, James. We've got 3 speakers. We've got an objector, Jane Stewart, and you are speaking on behalf of yourself and neighbouring objectors. Am I right? And that's followed by Councillor Martin Loveridge. Nice to see you. And Councillor Becky Hopsenberger. Welcome to you all. And Jane, you have 3 minutes, please.
Chairman, fundamentally, this application, having been submitted in 2022, still lacks detail and doesn't provide certainty. Although Highways and the Conservation Officer have not objected, they originally did, and the details they were subsequently provided with do not contain the full facts. There are omissions which have not been considered, and therefore the conclusions of the officers is flawed as a result. I have gone into specific details in my comments, and the applicant's response earlier this week unfortunately did not allay my concerns. Some examples. The sweat paths I provided show the access would be unsafe for certain sized vehicles. The applicant did not deny that larger vehicles won't need to be used in the future. It is wrong for the applicant to state that no planning restricts use of an access. I've been in planning for 34 years, and I know of many which restricts access by hours and numbers. They also stated that whilst they appreciate there have been some accidents in the area, these could be attributed to careless or negligent driving. A local resident of Hall Farm Barns opposite has informed me that she's actually an excellent driver, and the issue is speed in traffic. She has personally experienced this herself, having been involved in a number of near misses. Heritage is irreplaceable, and once a development has been granted, you can't go back and change it. It is lost forever. Great importance was made on the fact that the access is a reinstatement of an historic access, and the Conservation Officer removed her objection on this basis. The historic access is some 50 metres away from the proposed access, so why was that not the point of access? The notion of the historic reinstatement is in fact relatively recent. It was not put forward on submission and is in fact the same access put forward for 40 lodges in 2019. We are also told that the applicant does not have to justify a need. Policy DM17 clearly states all development proposals should provide a clear justification for the works. The Conservation Officer originally expressed the same concern, stating there was no justified need to outweigh the harm caused. No justified need has been proven. In fact, the 2019 application for the 40 lodges stated this was a redundant part of the golf course. Marham Park is not the cause of increased flooding at the golf course and the need for increased maintenance. It is, however, a cause of increased traffic through the village. There are too many uncertainties to be able to grant the application. The conditions that are proposed do not go far enough to protect the interest of the village, highway safety, the conservation area and the amenity of residents. This application is not in the public interest and should be refused.
Thank you very much indeed, Jane. So, Hornham All Saints Parish Council, Martin, over to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the DCC, I do not intend to repeat verbatim what I said at the last meeting, but now that you have all visited the site, I would just like to summarise the overwhelming consensus of the three villages that are affected by this application. The detail I gave before remains extant, and I am again speaking on behalf of both parish councils. Following the provision of land for Morran Park development of 1,200 houses, we were promised by West Suffolk Council that the Fornhams would remain discrete villages and that there would be a green belt buffer remaining between us and Bury St Edmunds. This buffer included the golf course that is contiguous with the conservation area. This area is the only one that gives an unbroken view of countryside that all can enjoy. The insertion of a gated, walled, bridged, hard-surfaced entrance with culvert and railings will greatly diminish the only unspoiled view from the conservation area. It will also cause water flow issues if not maintained adequately, which the current ditch never has been, and I suspect that the ubiquitous mud problem will also be a problem during the monsoon season. The assertion that this is reinstating a 200-year-old farm entrance is a red herring, and in any case, life moves on considerably. Although highways have not objected, we know from the experience that for much of the day, the 2 rush hours, lunch times, school pickup and drop-off times, that this is a high-volume, fast stretch of road that encourages speeding. In the vernacular, it's a rat run. This is why the police's preferred speed trap is at Larks Gate, pointing towards the bridge. Although not reported, there have been a number of accidents. The latest was in October. Putting another exit off this stretch of road on the other side will only increase this risk. There has been no vehicle survey commissioned. Mr. Chairman, there is a conundrum here. If the entrance is to be used often, we have, in our opinion, a marked and obvious increased safety issue. If it is not to be used often, why is it needed? Where are the purported savings? There is a perfectly good load-bearing bridge over the Lark from the current maintenance area and a further route from the new Mildenhall Road entrance where the new Holiday Park Lodge complex is now sited. This is surely adequate to mow the lawns and tend to newly planted trees. In sum, we consider that the benefits mooted by the applicant are tenuous at best, and we do not believe that they in any way warrant the damage to our surroundings and the increased road safety risk that this application brings with it. At the last DCC, I heard a councillor say something akin to, "I'm inclined to listen to local people." Surely, Mr. Chairman, councillors, this is the very basis of democracy, something I spent 32 years in the RAF defending. Please hear, consider our cogent, thoroughly researched, clearly presented and unequivocal objections to this application and vote in favour of the residents of the Fornhams. Please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Martin. And we turn our attention to one of the 2 ward members, but they're both here. But Councillor Becky Hofsenberger, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Here I am again, and supporting the residents who are unable to be here today due to work commitments. I'm not going to speak as long as I did before because I'll just be repeating the concerns raised previously, and nothing has changed apart from some more information on the historical entrance. Just to reiterate, residents have concern with regards to the applications due to the following main reasons: adverse impact on amenity, impact on the highway safety, adverse effects on a conservation area, and a general question over the requirement of the entrance. I'm hoping that the site visit all members of the committee undertook was useful in enforcing the concerns that were raised, such as the impact on highway safety. In recognition of an already existing speeding concerns, especially at peak times, the Parish Council have already tried to deploy speed indicator devices, the bridge has an environmental weight restriction, and the parish has a lorry watch in place due to the amount of traffic in the area. Residents in the vicinity have witnessed accidents caused by cars turning into one of the 4 access roads along the short section, being hit in the back by cars driving too close and too fast. There are measures in place such as narrowing of the road and bollards that are in situ, which I hope the committee witnessed, which adds to the issues of egress and regress. Another entrance in the vicinity will only add to this. The heritage statement has been referred to in the past, dated from map 1839. It has since been examined further, and further records show there was not indeed an entrance at this location, but a sluice with no track or entrance. A proposed entrance sits within a conservation area. Currently, the area has provided an invaluable green space between the parishes of Fornham and Bury St Edmunds. Whilst it is accepted that trees have been removed and a planting scheme is in place, it is considered that an entrance will further detract from the uninterrupted countryside that already exists. Mr. Chairman, committee members, I really hope the site visit you attended confirmed the concerns that have been raised by residents and the parish councils, people who are living in the vicinity, who know the area and understand the impact that the application will have on them and the vicinity, and urge you to listen to them.
Thank you very much indeed, Becky. Right, committee.
Councillor Sayer to me.
Oh, yes. Just got to wait for Councillor Sayer to vacate the conference room. Okay. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now, so we've got Councillor Glossop, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I did go on the site visit and I do know this road very well. I live at Flimpton, so I do actually know about how the traffic stacks up in the morning and at night along that road. I'm not quite sure that this entrance is required because there are other entrances onto this golf course, and I just think it's adding an unnecessary entrance along there. If this application does get approved, I do think there should be conditions where they can't use that entrance on, I don't know, between 8 and 10 in the morning and 4 and 6 at night or something like that, because it really, really is very, very busy. And I know you're probably going to say to me, we can't have this condition, but it's not really a very good place to put an entrance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glossop. Councillor Chester, please.
Thank you, Chair. The public speaker and ward member made some powerful arguments. The one of which resonated the most with me was the erosion of the green open space. I think the limited separation that they have between these villages is vital to be kept. And second to that, I'm not sure if this extra entrance is warranted. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Councillor London, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask 3 questions, if I may, of officers. Question 1. We've heard that from yourself that the historic access is not a material consideration and is not being used as at any point in the decision-making process. We've also heard that it possibly didn't even exist. I'd like to draw attention to paragraph 36, and I read verbatim. The Conservation Officer does not object to the amended scheme on the basis of that the proposal involves the reinstatement of a historic access. So I'd just like to square those 2 statements together and to understand whether our Conservation Officer has a clear understanding of the current view of the historical access. Question 2 also looks at the restraints. We have number 4 of the planning condition, which restricts use to only be used for maintenance purposes. And the display talks about being able to accommodate a 7.1 metre long lorry, which is actually bigger than a Luton van. That's significantly larger than we were shown in the images just now. But I'd also like to just really confirm why it is that restricting over time is not something that is possible, and yet restricting for use is, and how is that enforceable, and how would we plan to enforce that if in the future we found that there was a contravention of planning restraint number 4. And finally, number 7, planning constraint, says no other part of the development hereby permitted will be commenced until the new access has been laid out. And I'm wondering exactly what the other parts of the new development are that are being referenced there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor David Smith, please.
Yeah, thank you. Again, I think I said this before, what is the necessity for this? And to pick up what Martin mentioned about the paradox is, if it's only be lightly used, why is there this need for the entrance there in the first place? And if it is heavily used, surely it would make more sense to build a small greenkeeper's hut on site, so you're not having to go use that road at the time. So that's, yeah, I'm struggling with the point of this entrance.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Andy Neal, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, there's a highway safety issue here, and that's obviously got to be the big concern. I don't live in that area, but you listen to what the local residents and the members have got to say, and I have got experience of the county council and what they perceive to be an acceptable turning circle, and I'm looking at this, and it's all very well saying that that's the size of the vehicle that they're working towards, but you know they're going to have a tractor, they're going to have a trailer, and also access to the site from the same side of the road is totally different to the opposite side of the road in terms of turning circle, visibility coming out of the site, and So that, you know, and it's not, as has been already said, it's not a historic entrance, so that bears no weight at all. So we have to ask ourselves, is it actually necessary? And if it's not, why are we talking about it? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor Ian Holder, please.
Don't have to push it, right? Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, I believe I've just got confirmation from our officer that the Forestry Commissioner husbanding the bank opposite, or to the other side of the ditch, are planting trees, and they'll be planting them along there for a landscaping feature, which will significantly interrupt any view that the householders have from the other side of the road over time. So that's just a point. I hear the objections, but this is a busy main road linking lots of villages within the area in and out of the Fornhams and Bury St Edmunds and elsewhere. So, you know, to say that a few tractor trailers just delivering grass mowing equipment and maybe a digger to clear out the ponds from time to time is going to be a major disruption and hazard. I just don't hear it, don't believe it. Anyway, just like last time, I will propose approval if there's a seconder and stand by whatever the vote is by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. Is there a seconder, please, for that proposal? No, is the answer to that question. Currently, of course, currently. So we'll just hold that for a moment. Yes, it pulls away. I should have been clearer, Councillor Holder. But you don't, of course. Councillor Malmay White.
Thank you, Chairman. I went on the site visit, which was interesting, and we did see the little sort of pinch point by Acer Lodge. But obviously, this is in a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit as well, so highways have no objection. But I'm inclined to listen to the residents on this one, because there are plenty of other entrances and exits for this particular hotel and golf course that could be used. And as we've heard, the historical access, well, anyone can dig up an historical access if they go back far enough on any field, probably. So I don't think that carries any weight at all. Therefore, I propose refusal of this application.
Yes, for what reasons, Councillor?
Impact on the conservation officer, conservation area, and the outlook. I'll think up one or two others in a minute.
Yes. Is there a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Chester, would you like to speak again at this point, Councillor?
To those, the erosion of green open space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Right, well, I've got no other members wishing to speak at the moment, so there are some points and some questions that we probably need to respond to. So if I could turn to officers.
Thank you, Chair. I'll turn first to Councillor London's query about the comments about the historic access and the Conservation Officer's comments. I think it's probably a little overzealous to say that it's not at all material, because as quite rightly you have said, it's referred to in both paragraphs 41 and paragraph 13 of the report. So I'd want to draw members' attention really to paragraph 13, which is the comments from our Conservation Officer. And what she does say there is that in responding to the amended proposals, which involve the reinstatement of a historic access, but then she goes on to say other things as well. So she talks then about the size of the access being reduced and the planting scheme and treatment of the boundary fencing and gates. All of those together resulted in her raising no objections. So that hopefully clarifies that point about the historic access. Turning to your other questions, you questioned conditions. You questioned why we couldn't put a condition on regarding timing. If we could put a condition on about it being used for maintenance purposes. it really boils down to two elements of what we have to consider when we put conditions on. One is in relation to the purpose of it. Highways Authority have basically said that the access is acceptable in this format if it is for maintenance purposes only, and they haven't provided us with any evidence that a timing condition would be required. So that would be difficult for us to put on, given that we don't have that evidence to support that. And the other does relate to the question of enforcement of conditions. I think from my point of view, I think it would be easy to enforce witnessing other vehicles going in and out that aren't maintenance vehicles than it would be for the local planning authority to enforce the timing of when the access is used. I think the principal reason, though, relates to the purpose of it, which is we haven't got that backing from the Highways Authority. And then you questioned the recommended condition 7, which relates to the access has to happen first and no other development before the access. That relates to the other elements of the development, which are the gates and the boundary fencing. So we need the access in first before we get gates and boundary fencing. Councillor Holder, I don't think it was really a question, but you made a statement about Forestry Commission requirements for tree planting. The trees that were felled there were done under a felling licence, but it's the landowner that's obligated to put new trees in along that frontage. Chair, do you want me to comment on the proposed refusal reason?
Yes, please.
Okay, so at the moment we've got concerns in relation to the impact on the conservation area and then the erosion of the green open space. I think some of what's been talked about today also links to both of those, which is the landscape character of the area. And I think on the basis of those points, we wouldn't be invoking the decision-making protocol if members were, well, you've proposed and seconded that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. On that basis, then, I'm going to move to the motion. So the officer's recommendation was for approval, but it's been proposed by Councillor Mildmay White and seconded by Councillor Jester to refuse the application. Could I see a show of hands in favour of refusing the application, please? And could I see a show of hands who would be against that motion, please? And over to you, Claire.
So that's 12 votes in favour and 2 against. The motion is carried and the application is refused.
Thank you, everybody. And that brings us to the next agenda item, item 7, which you're very welcome to stay for. Are you leaving completely? Yeah, he's going to leave completely. I'm just about to say. Okay, members, we move on to item number 7, which is the skate park at the Brandon Remembrance Recreation Field. Councillor Whitton has left the room, and Connor can begin his presentation. Over to you, Connor.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. The application before you proposes the installation of a reinforced concrete skate park on land part of Brandon Remembrance Recreation Field in Brandon. The application's been referred to the committee today from a delegation panel meeting held in March last year. The application is recommended for refusal. The application site can be seen towards the top of the map before you, indicated by the drop-down arrow within that light blue area, which illustrates flood zone 2, which we'll come on to shortly. So the site is northwest of the settlement boundary for Brandon, indicated by the solid red line to the south. And is adjacent to Brandon Leisure Centre, which forms part of the countryside just coming out of Brandon to the northwest. This is a location plan submitted with the application. So the site indicated in red there, situated to the west of what is a mixed-use games area, which you'll see in the photograph shortly. And south of the existing skate park and a watercourse. You can also see a play area to the south or southwest of the site, and the leisure centre is just in view to the south of that map there. This is the site plan, which members may note shows a differing red line, which does form part of a refusal reason, which again I'll elaborate in due course. But this doesn't include the mounding attributed to the proposal. The lime tree central of the screen is also protected by a tree preservation order, which again forms part of a refusal reason within the report. And on this plan, it may be a little hard to read, but essentially it says the tree may need to be removed or relocated to be confirmed with client. So there's no assurances or clarity with regards to the state of that tree as part of this proposal. These form part of the more specific civil details. So this is one of only 3 plans that were provided. There's quite a bit of text here and technical detail. Again, this is discussed in the report, but essentially this provides sections of what the concrete skate park would look like at different parts. So materials, how the mounding would form, for example. Moving on to 2 plans, so the location plan previously shown on the right-hand side, and then another snippet of our GIS layer. So in particular, I'd like to draw members' attention to the plan on the left, which indicates flood zone 2, which forms a key consideration of the application. We can also see the protected tree I just mentioned, indicated by T1 on that plan. So again, you can use that as a reference to where the skate park is proposed to be. And then again, just for further context, I've tried to overlay the 2 previous maps just to reinforce this point. On some photographs now. So the first is from an existing footpath on the recreation field. So that multi-use games area I mentioned coming into view on the right-hand side there, the protected lime tree centrally, and then that play area on the left-hand side. Now in the site itself as proposed, so that watercourse can just about be seen with that ditch and the falling elevation centrally of the image there, and then the existing skate park in the background. Just a further close-up of the existing skate park. Now looking north west with the existing skate park again on the right-hand side. Looking south towards the play area. and lastly, back towards the multi-use games area to the southeast. Moving on to the consultation comments received, Brandon Town Council have submitted further comments since the publication of the officer report, essentially reiterating their support for the application. No comments have been received from any residents. Objections have been received explicitly from Suffolk Lead Local Flood Authority and Public Health and Housing. No objections are raised from Sports England, the Highway Authority or Suffolk Archaeology, subject to conditions. And further information has been requested from our landscaping consultant, Place Services, the Ecology and Landscape Officer, as well as myself as Planning Officer. Moving on to the concerns raised, which are discussed in more detail in the report, but we'll start with flooding. So the proposed site is within flood zone 2. This has been confirmed by the Environment Agency informally due to the context of the application. The application falls within their standing advice, so they don't form a statutory consultee. However, they have confirmed by email that the site is within flood zone 2 and the site is vulnerable to flooding. The site is also at risk from surface water flooding due to the materials used. The flood risk assessment submitted does not adequately take into account the context of the site and increased risks of flooding as a result of the proposed development, not outlining suitable mitigation measures to reduce the impacts of flooding on the proposed development, or considering safe access and egress from the proposed development in a flood event. Paragraph 165 of the NPPF states that inappropriate development in areas at risk of flooding should be avoided by directing development away from areas at highest risk, whether existing or future. Furthermore, the National Planning Guidance sets out the process to be followed in cases such as this, with the first step being to avoid development in areas at risk of flooding through the application of a sequential test, where the aim of that sequential test is to ensure that areas at little or no risk of flooding from any source are developed in preference to areas at higher risk. The exemptions are discussed in more detail within the report, but essentially none of the exemptions highlighted within paragraph 28 have been met. So in the absence of an adequate flood risk assessment, the applicant has failed to demonstrate that the proposal would not cause or exacerbate flooding on the site or elsewhere, therefore proving contrary to DM6 and the relevant paragraphs of the NPPF. Three more of those concerns raised and ultimately refusal reasons. So first with noise, Public Health and Housing do object to the application. It is considered that a noise impact assessment is required to assess the potential impacts of the proposal in combination with the surrounding recreational sites. The nearest residential property, 20 Church Road, is approximately 200 metres south of the application, so that's just for some context. However, no supplementary information has been provided to aid the consultee to provide context, despite being requested, whether this as part of a noise impact assessment or planning statement, for example. Therefore, insufficient information has been submitted in relation to policies DM2 and 14. Moving on to ecology, the proposed site is located 0.9 kilometres from the Breckland Special Protection Area, but is within the 1,500 metre buffer around component parts of the SPA, designated for stone curlew. As per the Ecology and Landscape Officer's comments, the proposal is unlikely to result in construction or operational disturbance. However, the site is located within 2 metres of the adjacent ditch, and there are records of reptiles in the vicinity. The site is also partially within the Great Crested Newt Amber Risk Zone, and the Ecology and Landscape Officer has ultimately requested an ecological impact assessment, which has been relayed on to the applicant but has not been provided. As such, similar to the refusal reason above, the insufficient information has been submitted, and the proposal is therefore contrary to those policies that you can see on the screen there. Onto landscaping, particularly in relation to the protected tree, no arboricultural information has been provided. Although elements of arboricultural impacts could be conditions, again, no information has been submitted, for example, outlining the root protection areas of that tree, for example, So again, the proposal is contrary to the provisions of DM13. And on to the last slide. I've touched on this before, but there are inaccuracies with the plans provided. So the red lines attributed to the location plan and site plan differ. So they are inconsistent. They exclude, one of them excludes the mounding. There's no pedestrian access to the site by virtue of the red line, and it doesn't connect to a highway. So given the wording of paragraph 140 of the MPPF, this also forms a refusal reason. The applicant has been made aware of the information required and requested by consultees. Extensive discussions have been had with the agent and applicant since March 2023. But the LPA are of the understanding that the applicant does not wish to submit this information and would like the application to run its course. Lastly, in the Town Council's first set of comments, a query was raised regarding the access road to the site, which is via the leisure centre to the south, as to whether this could be upgraded or repaired in order for the proposal to be effectively accessed. Currently, the access road does not fall within the red line associated with the application. The Highway Authority also raised no objections subject to a construction management plan, but this does not include repairs to the access road. These repairs therefore fall outside of the scope of the application. Given all of the reasons stated, the application is recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Connor. As you could probably guess, there are no public speakers or registered speakers for this item, so we can go straight into committee discussion. And I've got Councillor Bull, please.
Thank you. Whilst it would be lovely to be able to approve this, I can understand why the officers are recommending refusal. I mean, it's very incomplete, the assessments they haven't provided. But the thing that worries me most is the flooding assessment. I mean, given the situation we have with flooding everywhere, we should be listening to them. I am inclined to go with refusal, but I'll listen to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Thank you, Chair. Para 44, the comments about noise impact. The house within 200 yards of it. Well, I've got houses within 50 yards of the one in Stanton with no complaints. They've been there for years. And I recall when we had problems with one in Highvale, skate park in Highvale, that the environmental health people had a skateboard which they built a box onto it and filled it with bricks. Then they came out and did noise figures with Stanton and with Highvale. In Stanton, they had to abandon the tests because the bloke with his mower 200 yards away started up and completely obliterated the noise that was coming from the thing. But that was no problem. The Haverhill was built on the grounds of that noise check. And as I say, we've still got houses 50 yards away, so I don't know where they're coming from with 200 yards away. It's with a concrete skate park, there isn't the noise. With what they've got at the moment, yes, there is. But they're throwing that away, so, you know, I don't sort of wonder why they're coming up with a noise problem.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to say that in principle, I completely support the idea of a skate park. I love it. You know, skate parks, obviously, you know, they have a huge benefit to communities. I genuinely wish that I could support this. You know, I completely understand everything the officers have said. You know, you've got the flood risk. They didn't do a sequential test. You've got the lime tree, nothing there. The reptiles, no ecological thing. And I note the no noise impact assessment. It just seems as though the applicant have not done their due diligence. And I hope that they bring it back in a different position, different size, whatever it may be. I want a skate park there, I really do. But I would like to please propose refusal on the grounds that they haven't met any of these things and are against policy in a whole list of ways.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Bull. Second.
Rather sad, actually, but I would second it.
Thank you very much indeed. Right. Councillor London, please.
I think Councillor Miller-Jones has said exactly what I was going to say, and I call upon Brandon Remembrance Recreation Field Committee to come back with something that we can say yes to, because I really, really want to be able to say yes to this.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Neil, please.
Is that working? Yeah. Well, in close proximity to this proposed site, you've got the football field. Very seldom have a game called off. We've got our own health centre and leisure centre there, which we've invested heavily in. There's a play area there. There's a multi-use games area there. And there's the existing skate park there. And flooding isn't a problem for any of those that I've just mentioned. The noise, which Councillor Thorndyke has mentioned, I've made the note of that and was going to say the very same thing. What they've got there at the moment makes far more noise than the concrete one. And we've got a new one in Mildenhall, and it's in constant use. In fact, we're going to have to put some floodlights up because they want to play on it in the dark. So I'm in favour of the skate park being built for Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor David Smith, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I am in favour of it in principle, but as has already been said, they're not helping themselves, basically, by not doing what they need to do. Like Councillor Neil says, I mean, these sort of things are generally built on sites that are not usable for anything else. I've played on many a mud patch when I played football. It wasn't a problem, very rarely called off. But, you know, and I've been involved with a similar project in Haverhill, not a skateboard park, a pump track, but people do use skateboards on it. And that's no more than 30 yards, and that's never been an issue, the proximity. But I just wish that they had tried to do more to mitigate the issues that the officers have. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor David Smith. Yeah, understood. Councillor Chester, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Again, I support this in principle, but not at any cost. A question I have here, has the applicant engaged in the process of the sequential test and the boundary dispute? If he hasn't, then that's worthy of refusal. If not, is there any chance of perhaps deferment based on engagement with the applicant to try so we don't lose this much needed facility? Thank you, Chair.
I can answer deferment. It will depend on the current motion. Okay. Councillor Holder, please. And then I'm going to go to officers.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, whoever's doing the thing, I pushed the button. I'm on. Right. No, just a couple of points. These reptiles that apparently have been seen in this cut or this ditch, they all have more space to manoeuvre with the absence of the other skate park just a few yards away. I think Brandon and everybody else gets fed up of the buffer zone for the stone curlew. There's no way a stone curlew is living anywhere near this leisure park for the town, so it's almost irrelevant. I'm just begging the question, if the applicant jumps through the hoops that our officers and other people want him to do about the flooding and the newts and all the rest of it, what answers is he going to come up with? He says it's just going to be a skate park to replace one that's there. You know, what can he say about the flooding? Or what can an expert say? Oh, yes, you'll get another few gallons of water on the thing and it'll flood. And therefore people won't be able to use the skate park facility. Well, if it flooded, they wouldn't use it anyway, would they? So it's all a bit of load of hoops that somebody's putting up in front of these applicants to stop them providing the town with a nice facility. You know, it's just a little bit too pompous for my like. If you look at it, just look at it and say, what is it? It's a skate park for kids to do something to replace a skate park that's past its prime just nearby. So we're putting all these barriers up. And because he hasn't gone and got some esoteric flooding report to show us, or a newt report to show us, or we can't have it. So I will wait for the vote and put my hand up accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. Councillor London, then.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to say there is nothing in this report about the removal of the existing skate park. So we cannot call this a replacement of the existing skate park. There's nothing in here about removing it.
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, let officers respond to that. They're the arbiters.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important to just note that the football ground and the multi-use games area are in a lower order flood zone, so they're in flood zone 1. They're not within. The existing skate park is in flood zone 2, but the other facilities are not. Councillor Chester asked a question.
Councillor and Councillor Thorndyke, I can hear you. I'm being disturbed, even more than normal. Thank you.
Councillor Chester asked a question about, have we negotiated with the applicant? I think was the gist of your question. Yes, this was actually referred to committee from delegation panel just about a year ago, and the case officer has been backwards and forwards with the applicant's agent since then to try and guide them in terms of what they needed to do in relation to these proposals. And the only other point I wanted to add, two actually, sorry. We can't control the removal of the existing skate parks. It's not within the red line application area. So whilst it makes perfect sense that it would be a replacement, that's not something that I can say to you today will be controlled. And then the last point, just in relation to flooding, is it's not just about a facility not being able to be used because of it might be flooded, but it's also the impact that that development has on the ability of the rest of that area to take away flooding or to not make flooding worse. And that's why there are policy requirements enshrined in national policy that require certain, you might call them hoops, but there's certain procedures and tests that the developer has to go through so that we can be sure it's not going to cause a flooding problem. And that's why we've got that refusal reason as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Just a quickie on the proposal in para 1. It says installation of a reinforced concrete skate park following the removal of the existing skate park on an adjacent site to the north. Yeah. So surely we have clarity there that the old skate park is going to be removed.
Okay, Rachel, you go.
Yes, that's the description, but it's not within the red line, so we can't insist that that happens. And that was the only point I was trying to make. I can't imagine that Brandon needs 2 skate parks. It will be replaced, but we cannot require its replacement through a condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, I'm going to strike whilst the iron is hot on this. We have got an officer recommendation of refusal, and Councillor Miller-Jones has proposed refusal in line with the officer's recommendation, and that's seconded by Councillor Bull. Can I see a show of hands in favour of the proposal to refuse, please? I'm going to go with that.
Could you show again?
Yeah, could you just keep your hands on the air, those that... And those against? And are there any abstentions? I can't keep count. 2.
So that is 7 votes in favour, 4 votes against, 2 abstentions. The motion is carried and the application is refused.
Thank you very much indeed, Claire and members. Right. We're now on to item 8 on the agenda. We just need to get Phil back in.
We're just trying to load the PowerPoint.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you're right. What time is this evening?
Yes, I reckon so, don't you? Yeah. On members, on conclusion of this application, we'll have a short break again. Okay, thank you. Right, I think Susan left us for personal reasons, and she did explain that to me, so that's fine. I think we're now all back. So Amy is now the presiding officer, and obviously Ben is taking his seat. You're the case officer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. So we've got an application here at 21 Fordham Place in Ixworth. The proposal seeks the variation of condition 5 of a 2020 householder planning application, which was granted permission for a first floor extension above an existing 2-bay garage, along with an external staircase with balcony to form an annex. Condition 5 of the permission requires there to be no use of the annex until the proposed privacy screen, which was added during the course of the application, has been provided to ensure that effects of overlooking from the raised external staircase were acceptable, and that's given the proximity of the site to neighbouring dwellings. The condition also requires the privacy screen to be retained thereafter in the interest of protecting the residential amenities of nearby dwellings. The variation of condition 5 is to allow for a different design of the approved privacy screen, which will be shown later in the presentation. It should be noted that the site currently benefits from an extant planning permission for the annex with the original privacy screen, as the first floor extension, staircase and balcony have already been implemented. Therefore, the approved screen could be implemented at any time to allow for the use of the annex. The application was referred to delegation panel due to Ixworth and Ixworth Thorpe Parish Council supporting the proposal, contrary to the officer's recommendation of refusal. Following the delegation panel meeting on the 30th of January, it was concluded that the application should be determined by the Development Control Committee. Just wanted to run through something which has been brought to members' attention by the applicant via some emails, I believe. So the applicant has drawn members' attention to section 6.1 of the Human Rights Act, Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights, and the intended use of the annex for their disabled son in order to enhance his life skills and independence. It should be noted that in some of the emails to members, the applicant has mentioned Article 6.1 of the Human Rights Act. However, the term section is used for UK acts such as the Human Rights Act, and the term article is used for in European conventions such as the European Convention of Human Rights. Therefore, for the avoidance of doubt, Articles 6 and 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights have been addressed on this slide, as well as section 6.1 of the Human Rights Act. So just to run through those, section 6.1 of the Human Rights Act confirms that it is unlawful for a public authority to act in a way which is incompatible with a convention right. Convention rights are those rights contained within the European Convention of Human Rights. Article 6, I'll just say ECHR to save me repeating it, confers the right to a fair and public hearing within a reasonable time by an independent and impartial tribunal established by law. Article 8 of the ECHR gives everyone a right to respect for one's private and family life, his home and his correspondence. The Public Sector Equality Duty, the PSED, under the Equality Act 2010 requires public authorities to take into account the special characteristics of certain groups of people. In this instance, recognising that the intended occupant of the annex has a disability. These rights and duties have been taken into account, but it is not considered that a refusal in respect of the variation of design and materials to the approved privacy screen would infringe those human rights or give rise to any suggestion that the PSED has not been complied with. An extant permission exists which allows for the occupation of the annex without variation. The planning system has been found to meet the requirements of Article 6 ECHR through the courts, and the applicant has the right of appeal if the proposed variation is refused. So here we've got the location plan for the application, just outlined in red. And the application site sits adjacent to Ixworth Conservation Area, which is located to the west, as shown on this plan within the red dotted line. This element of the conservation area is a wooded deep pit and is only accessed via private gardens, therefore is not publicly accessible. So I'll now run through the historic applications for the annex and privacy screen before moving on to what is being considered by members today. So on this plan, this is the original householder plans, which was for the permission of the first floor extension to form the annex. This proposed a Louvre-style privacy screen, which is sat in line with the external staircase balustrade. So this is the privacy screen here, and you can just see on the block plan where it's circled is where the privacy screen was proposed. Here you can see the approved screen from the southwest elevation and northwest elevation, which shows the existing fence, which is where the neighbouring boundary sits for 7A Gough Place, just here. And this is where the screen was proposed, and here. The screen was to comprise of vertical slats to match the materials of the staircase and balcony. It's just shown on the bottom left of the slide here. So these slats were to be fixed at an angle to prevent views through to the neighbouring properties, but also to allow free airflow. The screen was to be fixed to horizontal rails, which would have been secured to the first floor extension, which is shown here and here on the sections. The approved design was considered to be a bespoke, well-designed and effective architectural solution, which integrated with the design of the annex and provided a sufficient and robust screen. In 2023, a variation of condition application was submitted and refused for amendments to the position, form and materials of the approved privacy screen. The amendments consisted of a willow hurdle fence panel, pictured on the left of this slide, affixed with cable ties to 2 scaffold poles, which were to be anchored into the ground with concrete. The proposed screen was deemed to be an ad hoc and unattractive solution, which would be contrary to policy in terms of design, impact on neighbouring amenity. This decision has not been appealed. So moving on now to what we are considering here today. So the amended design under this variation of condition application includes a proposed frame to support the privacy screen made from square steel sections, powder coated and matte black to match the existing balcony staircase, which would be bolted to the ground and the existing staircase. The position of the proposed screen is the same as what was previously approved under the original householder planning application. So that is sitting in line with the rear wall of the garage and annex, as can be seen on this block plan. and this one here. The proposed floor plan and section also show the position of the screen. So here and here. And here we have the proposed elevations which show the privacy screen and the frame. So the screen would be a willow ribbon fence panel, which comprises of thin vertical timber battens with willow woven in between and a timber outer frame. The screen is proposed to be screwed into the steel frame using Tech screws, which are screws that don't require a pilot hole. And here we have an example of the willow fence panel proposed to be fixed to the metal frame on the left-hand side. So whilst this proposal is an improvement from the previous screen proposed under the refused variation of condition application due to the more robust metal frame, which would tie in with the staircase and the balcony, the screen itself is not deemed to be acceptable in terms of the materials, design and its ad hoc arrangement, which is considered to diminish the overall quality of the previously approved annex scheme. Natural screens such as willow fence panels are more appropriate as fencing between and around gardens rather than at first floor level, where they would appear rather incongruous. As well as this, the longevity of the willow ribbon fence panel is limited to about 10 years. Therefore, it will potentially become unsightly much before this lifespan. It has been detailed the willow fence panel will be affixed to the metal frame with screws. However, whilst the metal frame may be strong and long lasting, the fence panel surround is just 6 centimetres narrow, a 6 centimetre narrow strip of timber. So officers have strong concerns about how robust a solution this will be and whether it is even possible for the fence panel to be attached to the frame successfully. I've got an image here on the screen which the applicant has provided, which is a mock-up of how they believe the screen may look from the garden of 7A Gough Place, which is to the north. And I'll just run through some photographs now, and then I've got a site video. So this is the view of the front of the annex and garage. Got a view from the balcony of the annex looking north into 7A Gough Place, which is the neighbouring garden. This is a view from the balcony of the annex looking west into the conservation area. View of the balcony and annex from 7A Gough Place. And then a view of the application site from Fordham Place, further down the street. So I'll just go to the videos now. So you can just see we're just moving and looking towards the conservation area, and then that's the staircase and the balcony of the annex. And then here, I'm just walking up the stairs, and that is the garden of 7A Gough Place. And then this is the balcony of the annex. And then we're looking back towards the garden of 7A Gough Place. So in terms of comments, we had no comments received from Councillor John Griffiths, who's the Ixworth Ward Councillor. Ixworth and Ixworth Thorpe Parish Council raised comments of support for the proposal, and we received one neighbour representation from 7A Gough Place stating that whilst the proposed new screen design appears to provide the desired privacy to their courtyard garden, they asked whether we could confirm that the screen, once erected, will reach balcony floor level and that there is no gap at the bottom. They also wanted confirmation that there would be a planning requirement for the screen to be replaced when required due to its limited lifespan. The neighbours' queries have been addressed in full within paragraphs 36 to 38 of the committee report. But for clarification, whilst 2 of the proposed elevations show the privacy screen reaching the bottom of the balcony floor, 1 elevation indicates the screen would not reach the bottom of the balcony floor, and the applicant has advised that there will be a gap. Therefore, officers have assessed the proposal on this basis, although do not have significant concerns that the gap will lead to an unacceptable level of overlooking. In terms of whether the local planning authority could control the screen's replacement, this is not something that we could condition. We can only condition the retention of the screen. This therefore goes to the heart of the officer's concerns about the longevity of the screen and how this may impact the amenity of the resident at 7A Gough Place. So to summarise and bring in policy that's been considered, policy DM2 and DM24 require development to respect the character, scale and design of the existing house, the character and appearance of the immediate and surrounding area, which is supported by policy CS3, core strategy. DM2 and DM24 also state that development should not adversely affect the residential amenity of occupiers of nearby properties. Paragraphs 135, 139 and 140 of the National Planning Policy Framework require quality, well-designed and visually attractive development which is not materially diminished between permission and completion. The proposed variation to the privacy screen design is not considered to be a robust or well-designed method of screening, resulting in a materially diminished substitute from what was an integrated architectural solution that was consciously negotiated with the applicant as part of the approval of the original annex to ensure the amenity of neighbours, allowing for the approval of the original application. The proposed changes to the privacy screen design are deemed to lead to incongruous screening solution which is not sufficiently robust to provide an adequate level of screening for the life of the development, leading to a visually oppressive and jarring relationship with the neighbouring property to the north, 7A Gough Place, due to the sensitive relationship between the two, the degree of which would be materially harmful. Therefore, the proposal is deemed to be contrary to policies DM2 and DM24, as well as CS3, and the provisions of the National Planning Policy Framework. So the officer is therefore recommending the refusal of the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Amy. We had 3 registered speakers, but we've only actually got 2. And we've got Councillor Ben Lord again, representing Ixworth Thorpe Parish Council. And then we have an audio file, which I think I'm right in saying was extracted from a video file. So hopefully we can hear that. And that's from the applicants Alf and Janice Percival. So, Ben, you've got your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Ixworth and Ixworth Thorpe Parish Council remain in full support of the applicants in this matter. In considering what this is about in real terms, matters surrounding a privacy screen, it is frankly quite unbelievable that it's ending up before this committee given the small-scale narrative of this application and where there have been no objections submitted, including from the only other property in the vicinity. From reviewing the officer's position, it would seem their recommendation for refusing this is based upon the impact it would have to the conservation area. I've lived in Ixworth all my life and I cannot fathom how something as simple as a privacy screen can be of any impact to a part of the conservation area where it is not overbearing or visible to anyone other than those living at 21 Fordham Place or the single property bordering it. You cannot see this from the streets or any public right-of-way since it is landlocked, as the supporting material has confirmed, and it creates no negative public impact whatsoever. Detailed representations submitted in mitigation of what can only be described as the intransigence of the planning department have well represented the situation in real terms. The origins of this annex and the resultant privacy screen is designed to support the applicant's son, who has special needs, live an independent life tailored to his needs in adulthood with the support network he needs in close proximity. It is a recommendation of his developmental progress in adult life for him to have this independent living provision, and the handling to date of this application is creating needless stress and uncertainty for the applicants. Without approval, their son cannot live in these independent surroundings that have been so carefully created. We are totally sympathetic to the applicant's situation, and in considering the broader picture, feel thoroughly bewildered that this council's planning department are appearing to behave so inconsiderately. It would seem this is not the only case of a resident with additional needs falling foul of local planning red tape being applied so disproportionately, as has been recently reported in the local press. In conclusion, we urge you in the strongest possible terms to approve this application and stop with the nonsensical, short-sighted red tapes narrative that forms the basis of this recommendation before you today.
Thank you, Ben. Right, we're going to listen to a recording, which Helen will attempt to put through the microphone system. Yeah, so we'll. I mean, I haven't listened to it myself, but I guess it's under 3 minutes.
It is,
it
Chair, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Helen.
I should be ready to go.
Okay.
Not about 12 pages of rhetoric from Ms. Yule and the planning department, encompassing points 28, 29.
1 second.
The M2, the M24, points 35.
I'll start it again, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. With the volume up.
I'm turning it up to the absolute max. Oh.
That might mean that some councillors at the front go and sit at the back. So, yeah. Try it.
This is not about 12 pages of rhetoric from Ms. Yule and the planning department, encompassing points 28, 29 and 30, the M2, the M24, points 35, 38 and 46. It is simply about only the material used to form the panel of a privacy screen, 1.8 metres high by 1.5 metres wide and 6 centimetres deep, bolted in place to a steel frame. Heaven knows the cost involved to waste 6 months of everyone's time when a small modicum of common sense would have resolved the conundrum at the outset. The panel is made from woven willow, a material used for screening unchanged for 2,000 years. What have the planning department and Amy Yule got against willow? The screen has a longevity of a minimum of 10 years and with minimal annual maintenance, 20 years. The screen can be removed and replaced and renewed with a replacement panel in under 30 minutes. The only neighbouring property that can see the screen is 7A Gough Place. And they had not objected to the design, construction or material used for the screen. The screen, as it is presented to you, has been fully supported by the local parish council. The willow screen does what a screen is designed to do and prevent you from using the apartment from seeing into the adjacent property of 7A Gough Place, so as not to impact their residential amenity. The occupier of 7A Gough Place will see an elevated screen, no matter what material it is made from. So the issue centres singularly around the planning department not liking natural willow as a construction material for a screen, which has prevented my disabled son for a further 6 months from enjoying his own residential amenity, built for him at our expense to enable him to move forward with independent living.
Thanks, Helen. Right. Over to committee. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the crux of the matter is the material that's being used, it seems. That's, I support people with disability having independent living. And what we're talking about is a screen and what's acceptable material and what isn't. That's the long and short of it all. And if there's no objections from anybody, neighbours who are going to be partial to this in their eye line. I don't see what the problem is. So I don't support refusal of the application. And that's the way I'll vote. Thank you.
Okay, so there was no proposal in your commentary there, was it? You're going to carry on listening. Okay, thank you. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so initially I thought, well, I can see the officer's point of view. I don't think, it's obviously personal opinion, I don't think it looks that lovely, what's proposed. However, I think what it comes down to really is who can see it. And if it is the case that it's not visible from anywhere except 7A Gough Place, is it called? And if those residents have no problem with it, then I can't understand why we would have a problem with it. So I don't know if any officers can clarify if it is correct that it's not visible from anywhere else. But if that is the case, then I would support approval of this on that basis. Thank you.
So again, you're just stating a support for, you're not making a proposal, because officers will come back. Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Bull, please.
Thank you. It may not be relevant, but I'm curious. The original application had a screen approved and everything. Why have they chosen not to implement that? Is it because it's physically, a thing that can't be done? I don't understand why they won't do what they originally agreed to. Is there a legitimate reason for it? Because any delay in getting the sun in, which is not helpful, is because they won't implement the approval they've got. And I don't understand why. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Malmay-White. Thank you, Councillor Bull, I should say first. Councillor Malmay-White, please.
Thank you. I consider that all the comments that Mr. Lord has made actually apply to the applicant as well. Why would you not get on with something and move your son into the accommodation that you've provided just for the sake of a bit of screening, which you've already agreed to under the planning application anyway? It's completely bizarre to me that they are so intransigent. I understand exactly where the officers are coming from. A willow screen is part of a garden, not part of a balcony like that, except in Hong Kong, where you see them all the time made out of bamboo and they flap about with the washing. So it's completely beyond my ken that parents would wait 6 months fighting with the planning department and not implement a planning application they've already agreed to and got permission for. So I would recommend refusal and back the officers on this one. So I propose refusal.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sorry. Just because you've got such a long name, it takes me a moment to write it down before I put my head up and say, is there a seconder for refusal, please? Councillor Dicker, would you like to speak at this point?
I don't really need to. Everything Sarah said, I agree with as well.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Dicker. Right, in current request, Councillor London, please.
Pretty much what I was going to say has already been said, but it does seem rather strange that this building and the screen were designed at the same time, the application was put in at the same time. It's all part of one. It's one cohesive whole. So then to have reasons such as to avoid the difficulty of having to reroute the drain pipe, but this was all designed as one cohesive whole. So why are we having to redesign parts of it to accommodate other bits that were there at the same time? And actually, if you on the blocking plan, the drain pipe was shown on the left of the blocking plan, and it's now shown on the videos. It's on the right hand side. I don't know whether that was an indicative or a plan or specific, and it's round the corner from where that place is, from where the screen should go. So I really can't understand why the applicant isn't just doing what they've said they would do and getting their son the environment that their son needs.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Sayer, please.
Thank you, Chair. I completely agree with what the previous three people have said, and I also object on the grounds of design and also safety. I think putting a willow panel up high at the top of a staircase, knowing that willow will rot or whatever this is, that it rots quite quickly. It's 2 or 3 years' time. It only needs somebody to fall against it and they'll be down a full flight of stairs. So I would object to this on safety grounds, let alone the materials being used. I've just had a quick look online. You can buy actually perforated metal panels that are actually look very, very nice and can be fitted up very quickly and they're not at all expensive. And a metal panel would be far longer lasting and would also be a much safer option in this case.
Thank you, Councillor Sayer. Councillor Whittam, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I support what from Councillor Middle May White onwards, John London and Councillor Sayer. I simply cannot understand why these people have not done what they agreed to do and was negotiated in the first place. And on that basis, I sincerely support the officers in this and their recommendation to refuse this variation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whittam. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wish next door would change their address so I don't have to go and pick up parcels from there. They've clearly got my address on. Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with what's being said because this application appears to be from 2020. Surely people are allowed to change their minds on what they're going to do. I don't know when it was approved, but the application's got a 2020 number. So aren't people allowed to change their minds and come up with some other idea?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. I'm going to quickly go back to officers because there's no other members currently wishing to speak.
Yeah, I think there was just the one question from Councillor Bull about why the applicant is wanting to change the design and materials. So I have listed the reasons which were given by the applicant in paragraph 3. And I think Councillor London mentioned some of them. But these don't form part of our assessment of what's being proposed. I think that was everything.
Chair, just a couple of points from me. I think I just want members to be clear there's a comment been made about safety and the flimsy nature of the panel. I think in terms of the height, as you go up the stairs, you do have a balustrade that would stop people falling off the stairs on that midway point. So I don't think I just want to make sure members don't take that safety point into account. And just to respond to Councillor Thorndyke, yes, people can change their minds, and that's why we do have variation applications. So what we have to concentrate on is the acceptability or not of what the applicant wants to vary it to. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I just didn't get a response to I just wanted some clarification about whether it is visible from anywhere else at all other than that garden. Thank you.
So sorry. No, it's not. It's from the video, you can see it as you walk into the property, but not from further down the street. And it is just visible in 7A Gough Place and also possibly, I think it's number 8 Gough Place, which is just beyond in their rear garden.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor David Smith, your near neighbour. In the committee of sense.
Okay, thank you. No, vertically, yeah. I was concerned initially about the design of it, but it is not particularly visible. If it had been on a listed building, obviously we would take that in consideration, but this is a brand new build. It's not intrusive and it's going to give somebody a decent life. So in that respect, I would be for this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, there are no other members wishing to speak. I think officers have responded. So let's just test out where we are. Officer's recommendation was refusal. Councillor Malmay White proposed and seconded by Councillor Dicker to agree with the officer and refuse the application. Can I see a show of hands in favour of refusing the application, please? And those against, please. And abstention. Okay, over to you, Claire.
So that is 8 votes in favour, 4 votes against and 2 abstention. Motion is carried and the application is refused.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you. Right, members, we will have, what time is it now on that clock? Shall we say 20 past? Gives us time to refresh. Okay, this is item 9 on our agenda, and we've got one more to do after this. This is land south of Ruffham Hill, and Pete White is the case officer, and you can start whenever you feel you can. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm delighted to be before you this afternoon. I'm bringing forward an application, a reserve matters application that relates to one of the council's strategic residential allocations. This site was first allocated in the St Edmundsbury local plan in 2010 as a direction of growth. The boundaries of the allocation were confirmed in the Bury Vision 2031 document. It has an adopted concept statement that was prepared and adopted by the council in 2013 and benefits from an adopted master plan, and this committee granted outline consent in 2020 for the overall site for which this reserve matters application relates to part of. Here you can see the entire strategic residential allocation known as Bury South East, and you can see the broad parameters of the relief road. And today's application is for the southern parcel of that. It's all the land south of the River Lark. The reserve matters application is shown here. This is the site location plan, and importantly, there are 2 parcels of land that are omitted for it. The larger parcel there is where the primary school is intended to go, and the smaller parcel of land is reserved for community uses. This is an aerial view of the site, and very helpfully, the developers had carried out some trial trenching when Google or Bing flew over, so that helpfully defines the undeveloped nature of the site as it currently is for you. This slide here shows the allocation, the application, and that red line's a bit thin, so I'll just go over with a laser there. Within the special landscape designation. Special landscape designation is a local designation of valued landscape, and I discussed that in the report. This plan here is one of the approved parameter plans. It is the open space one. You'll notice that it shows the relief road. It shows a link to a crossing into Nowton Park towards the primary school location. Open space along the river corridor, and some boundary treatment along Sicklesmere Road towards existing housing and along the southeast boundary. Elements approved at the outline stage and are not for consideration as part of this reserve matters are the roundabout on the Sicklesmere Road, or the A134, and a crossing, pedestrian cycle crossing into Nowton Park. The developers, the applicants, have worked extremely positively with officers to amend the application since when it was originally submitted in 2022, and some of the amendments include increasing the amount of landscaping on the southeast boundary, changing the walking and cycling route around the site to widen it and make it tarmac at the request of the Highway Authority, your officers and the Rights of Way team, on reflection of it being an urban extension to Bury St Edmunds and hopefully the amount of use that that route will get. The relief road that goes through the middle has also had the cycle and walking provision or infrastructure on either side of it increased from 3 metres wide to 4 metres wide on both sides as a shared foot and cycleway. These 3 locations here indicate where the formal areas of play are, and the green corridor linking the primary school to Naughton Park, which I've indicated with those 2 arrows there. I discussed further here. This area has been amended since original submission. You'll note that there is also a 4-metre wide walking and cycling route. That's been amended to be more prioritised to pedestrians and cyclists. There's been additional landscaping put in this area and some car parking, visitor car parking that was broadly in this location has been removed. Within the report, I talk about a temporary access that would be used for the show home. That's in the location shown there, and the details are on the right-hand side. You'll see from the late papers, the condition talks about that temporary access being controlled and stopped up before the occupation of the 211th dwelling. Just give you a flavour here of some of the developments. So this is one of the sort of landmark buildings. This is around the already approved roundabout. Officers are entirely satisfied that this is of high quality design and will act as a good landmark for the development. Here are some of the other residential properties proposed, and the officers, some of those have been amended to increase their design qualities, and officers are entirely satisfied with the layout and design of the properties. The Bury St Edmunds Town Council objected for the reasons listed there. There have been no objections from statutory and non-statutory consultees to the amended plans that are currently before us, and I discuss the objections by the Town Council within the report. There is the addition of one other condition, which is a very standard materials condition that I've shown on the screen there, that the applicant is accepting of. And I would say that there are a number of very minor tweaks to some of the referencing of drawing numbers that are listed within the conditions for approved plans, but they just reflect the plans that have been on the council's website for some time now. The application is recommended for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete. Right, we have one registered speaker, and that's Neil Hall, and you're the agent, Neil, and you have 3 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much. I say my name's Neil Hall from WSP, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the application. We've been involved in this project right from the outset. The company name has changed, but we were involved in the original outline consenting process. And so it's really, really pleasing and satisfying to see it reach this advanced stage and get so close to delivery. It's also really pleasing to see a well-written and balanced officer report that acknowledges the efforts that Hopkins Homes, your officers and the stakeholders have invested in finalising the scheme that you see before you today. We've worked really closely with officers and statutory consultees to ensure we adhere to the original planning and design parameters that were established at the outline planning permission stage, and also the design framework adopted by the council. We've also taken the opportunity to positively respond to more recent requirements that have arisen with the passage of time, things like increasing active travel, sustainable drainage, and providing enhanced landscaping since we originally prepared the planning application and were granted consent in 2020. And the whole idea has been to try and deliver that original scheme, but also improve upon it. So the scheme we have will not only deliver 363 homes on this southern neighbourhood, 109 of those will be affordable, but it'll also deliver a fully serviced and primed and ready primary school site as part of the wider allocation. It also delivers the first phase of the relief road, and it also starts to release other Section 106 funding as it's implemented and built out. So as part of this process, and having managed to adhere to all of that, again, I'm just going to highlight some of the key things that we've added to it and managed to achieve through this process. One of them is an extra 2 hectares of public open space overall, so we've really beefed that up. We've incorporated a full restoration of the River Lark itself in terms of water quality, ecology and flow levels. We've increased tree planting buffers along the southern boundary, the relief road, and also expanded that east-west link to Nelton Park. We've increased the sustainable drainage, added 1.6 kilometres of additional pedestrian and cycle routes on top of what we were doing in the main relief road to improve healthy lifestyles, active travel and accommodate cyclists. And we've tried to accommodate all the requests from the waste providers and in terms of design requests to change the scheme. So hopefully today you have a scheme before you that you see recommended for approval. And subject to that actually moving forward and securing that approval, Hopkin Homes would look to commence the development in the summer of this year, with first occupation attempted and assumed for mid-2025, thereby assisting the council with housing delivery targets and ensuring a range of houses are built. And it's for these reasons we would encourage you to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Neil. Right, over to the committee. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Silly question, but that's something I specialise in. You've highlighted the walk-in and the cycleways. I wondered who they're going to be maintained by, whether it be West Suffolk Parish Council, Parish Town Council, or the County Council. Will there be litter bins placement there, and obviously the collection arranged for? And I would assume that along those cycleways there'll be adequate street lighting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Chester, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's pretty much standard questions here, really. Parking standards is one, minimum room size is another, garage sizes for cars, adequate size, charging points, adoption of public open spaces, not to be rented as or leased, however they've been done before, and adoption of highways or only private roads on site. Thank you.
Yeah, there's much left for your colleagues, actually. Chester. I've been greedy. But I'll try, because Councillor London always comes up with something. Councillor London, please.
Afraid I'm about to come up with something. So, in a previous life, when I was on the other side of the officer member divide in South Cambs, I did a lot of work with developments of this nature, and something that we had significant issues with was that the end result looked really, really fantastic, but that it took years and years to get there. We have play areas, we have open spaces. I know that the phasing has yet to be defined, but there's over 600 documents, so I'm afraid I was unable to find the 106 and phasing. But to the life of a 3 or 4 year old, the amount of time between those first few houses being occupied and the local play park being built can quite literally be a lifetime. And I want to understand what the expected time frame is between those first houses being occupied by members of the public and the delivery of the first areas of open space where you might kick a ball around or go play on a swing, something like that. I'd also like to also reiterate the comments with regards to how the land will be managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Sayer, please.
Thank you, Chair. Those are all my queries as well. The only additional thing I have is that I look at new developments like Marham Park, and when you go up there, they've got all the trees all around it and the parks and everything. But when you go into the actual development itself, it looks very, very bare. It's all just walls, 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 and there's very little greenery actually in the streets. And I just wondered whether the council officers feel that there is actually enough landscaping of sufficient, not just little bits of grass and opifogum or whatever, but a few sort of trees and shrubs that break up the built environment, the brick walls that are everywhere, because these places tend not to have very big front gardens anyway, and it just makes it look such a harsh environment without the trees.
Thank you, Councillor Sayer. Councillor Mildmay White, please.
Thank you. How many of the homes, Pete, are going to be truly accessible? Or homes for life? I can't remember the actual designation of class, if you see what I mean. Then also, I know we're not discussing highways, but I have to bring it up because the impact on Rougham with people cutting through from the Sudbury Road up to the A14 is considerable now. At the time when this application was first proposed, Suffolk County Council Highways said there would be no impact on Rougham, and they refused to include Rougham as part of the original concept plan for the highways. And of course, since then, we've had that huge expansion of Thurston and the Rougham Business Park, the Suffolk Business Park coming forward. And there's no doubt now that we are a major rat run down to the Sudbury Road. So at what point, when we've got the link road implemented, will it's not Rushbrook Lane, but you know the one I mean that comes out, it's actually just a by road, isn't it? I don't think it's actually got a name. But the by road that comes up from the Sudbury Road joins Rushbrook Lane like that and then comes through to Rougham. Is there any idea that that will be stopped up? I know it's difficult to sort of houses there, but at some point, I'm afraid in Rougham we cannot believe that people will use the link road and queue up at the roundabout. They will continue to come through on a rat run to the A14 Rookery Crossroads. So that's my query is, can we look to the future? Because it does seem to me, and I brought it up earlier when I got the roads muddled, the A134 and the A143. We're always behind the curve, always behind the curve. People who live in the area know what's going to happen. They see it happening, and yet it's not until there's a real problem that anything gets done. So we do need to look ahead, and we need to consider far wider than the actual application. So when it comes to highways matters and things, we need to stop just looking at one application. We need to look at the cumulative impact and the impact on the surrounding areas, which, as we all know, is considerable, really. So that's my question. Otherwise, yes, I mean, we've discussed this. It's a good application as it stands. I'm pleased about the number of affordable homes. That's good. I don't think Rougham Parish Council was a consultee on this, strangely enough. I know there's been some changes at Rougham Parish Council, so it could easily have slipped through the net with the clerk not being well for a period of time. But I don't recall seeing us as a consultee on this. So could we please be included, especially as it does creep up towards Rushbrook Lane? Rougham Parish boundary runs down the middle of that road. So if you're coming up from the Sudbury Road, Rougham Parish is on the right, and this application site is on the left. So it's not strictly in Rougham, and again, Rushbrook Lane isn't in Rougham, but we are that close to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malmö White. Right, no other members at the moment. So over to you, Peter, and supported by Rachel if needed.
All right, thank you, through you, Chair. I might go through these backwards, so I will endeavour to answer all the points that I've made notes for. Councillor Chester, I did my best to keep up with, but you'll have to wave at me or scowl at me if I miss something, and I'll come back. The matter of roads was considered, or impact on the highway was considered during the outline planning application, and I can explain what's kind of happening. Probably best for me to do that offline. It's not something that we would be able to have regard to in this reserve matters application, which just looks at those reserve matters. So I'll reach out to you, Councillor Malmö White, and come back to you on that. I live myself in Great Wynneaton, so I know the roads well, and I can talk you through those. Homes for Life, again, isn't a policy requirement, so can't be regarded within this or considered in this planning application. In terms of greenery, one of the positive iterations that we've had, and the agent touched upon it in his 3-minute presentation, was we have significantly increased the amount of greenery and trees, particularly along the Relief Road, the southern boundary along this location, and within the links. So officers are satisfied that there is sufficient greenery throughout the development, on its edges and throughout it. In terms of local play areas, I fully acknowledge the point and the concern that Councillor London raises in terms of play areas not coming on stream for a long period of time. We have conditioned that the phasing of play areas is submitted to and agreed in writing with the local planning authority. And in terms of sitting here and telling you which one will come on first and what the trigger point for that is, I wouldn't be able to do that today. Our intention is to understand what part of the development is going to come forward first and then reach an appropriate early trigger point, because we recognise that people that move on to these developments will want the play area from day one. So we'll have to strike a balance between reasonableness, but that would be our intention. The amount of adopted roads throughout the development has changed, and there are more adopted roads now than there were as originally submitted, and that's part of the positive iterative changes that have happened to the layout through dialogue with both our waste services and the Highway Authority. So in terms of our refuge vehicles being able to collect waste, bins, and their desire to do that on adopted roads. So there are a great deal of adopted roads. However, elements that aren't going to be adopted would be managed by a ManCo, and that was agreed at the outline, so not part of this application.
You say management company.
Sorry, management company. I was being rather flippant there. Parking standards, that's been reviewed, and there's been some changes. Officers are entirely satisfied that the development meets and in places exceeds the parking standards. EV charges are dealt with under a condition on the outline, and it would be our intention to discharge that in accordance with the current parking standards. And we've been working with the Highway Authority and specifically the street lighting officer to ensure that street lighting goes in the appropriate locations. But we would obviously seek to ensure that we find a balance between dark corridors for ecology, but at the same time making sure that key routes are available and well lit throughout, through the winter months when the darker months are more prevalent. I think that's everything that I've got here on my notes. So if there are any other questions, please come back.
Councillor Chester, please. No, you leave it on, Councillor. Yeah, Lewis will make it go red.
Without any prompting. A couple of points, Pete, if I may. That was room sizes and public open space adoption.
I can't tell you off the top of my head, unfortunately, about room sizes for the open market dwellings. I know that all the affordable housing properties meet and exceed the standards on that. And open space, as I believe I say in my report, exceed the requirement. So at the outline, this part of the development was required to have an amount of open space, and the development exceeds that by circa 2 hectares. But I fear I probably haven't answered the question because I think you want to come back.
Public open spaces.
Yeah, that's a management company. It would be, I believe, yes, but that's not a matter for the...
Picked up on this and there are elements of the councillors here having a problem with people paying council tax and having to pay to manage public open spaces.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just before I invite you to comment, Rachel would just like to respond to that point of view, because I think I know where you're going to come from, Councillor London.
Thank you, Chair. So from a planning perspective, the interest of the planning authority is to ensure that open space and other facilities are adequately managed, and that can be via either adoption by the local authority, maybe a parish council, parish or town council, or by a management company. As a local planning authority, it's not for us to decide which is the most appropriate route through the planning process. Obviously, when someone buys a property, they're aware, or should be aware through their conveyancing, of whether they're signing up to a management company agreement as well as any other covenants within the deeds of the property that they're buying. So that really is an issue outside of the remit of the local planning authority.
Thank you, Rachel. Councillor, oh, right, we've got more I've added to my queue. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. With regards to the management companies and a couple of other issues in the I've got one sort of thumbs up, thumbs down question to begin with. Has the 106 been fully drafted? It has been drafted. I've been unable to find a copy of it. So pardon me if I can't find it, but surely with the 106, it will have trigger points for the things that are being delivered, such as play areas. So we should have some kind of understanding as how many houses are going to be built and occupied before we need to start triggering the process for planning and development of the play areas. So that information should theoretically be available to us, I believe. I'd also like to ask, now on this particular site, I don't think it's that important because there isn't that much around the site, but planning constraint number 6, which talks about no dwelling should be occupied until the carriageways and footways serving the dwelling have been constructed to at least binder level. We have had previous issues with other sites where that has been restricted to on-site only, and I'd like to confirm whether that ability to walk off-site to other things, such as the park the other side of the road, is included in that, at least in a temporary format. And I'd also like to ask whether there is any constraint we can put on this management company to have even the faintest modicum of democratic control, whereby if this management company is not doing what we want it to do, that some form of elected council, be it district, be it parish, be it whatever, can intercede on behalf of the residents. Because if that is not the case, then I would fundamentally argue that that is not public land and therefore is not anything to do with open space. It's private land that we are being permitted to use.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Holder, please.
Yeah.
Sorry, did I wake you up then, Councillor Holder?
I will speak. Yeah, very pleased to see in paragraph 72 that the developer is trying to address the worries of the town council about the net zero commitment that they obviously have and isn't written into the planning rules, but that is good. And I would have thought in this day and age, any new householder is going to be very keen on energy conservation and making sure the house is adequately insulated, etc. I did notice one paragraph is actually to say that they didn't overheat, which is a good thing, which only goes to show that the standards are really a lot higher than I can ever remember. I think Councillor London touched on it. It's the green link from where the school's going to be out to the Sicklesmere Road. It's good that it is a link and it's nicely landscaped. However, and it's not for the developer, it's definitely for the Suffolk County Council to ensure the crossing at that point of Sicklesmere Road, which is a swift road, even if it's down to 30 by the time this development's completed. It's very straight, and I'd hope that there's going to be mitigation put there, and I mean a proper crossing, because you walk out onto that road, you're going to take your life in your hands whichever way across you're going to go. Particularly, I think, from the very verdant, tree-lined Mountain Park, and I doubt if they're going to chop down trees to make the visibility displays a bit better. So that is an important consideration, not for the developer, but for us and the Suffolk County Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to remind members, I haven't got any proposal yet, so if people could start thinking about when we got the answers from officers. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. In Mildenhall, behind the hub, we've got this long path, cycleway, and that's supposed to be maintained by Suffolk County Council, and that isn't the case. Well, it should be the case, but it gets neglected. And along that path, there is no waste bins. Now, we've got this proposal of a nice cycleway for this development. I just wanted to make sure that that's not going to be the case for this development. So can that be confirmed as to who's going to manage that cycleway, and will waste bins be distributed along there? Because I can't come over there and paper pick.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Just a query about whether sufficient drop curbs are included as part of the plan. And then also, I just wanted to offer a little bit of support to Councillor London, because I have a feeling I know what Rachel's going to say about the fact that we can't say anything about what the management company do or don't do. And I just, we had this at a previous meeting where I believe Councillor London referred to something that I think South Cambridgeshire had done, where they had actually put a condition into the planning application saying after a certain amount of time, the parish council will have the opportunity to take it over. And I don't know that we really, I don't know if it's been checked. So I just wanted to ask if that's something, if it hasn't already been done, if the officers could look into if we can actually investigate if it is possible to actually add a condition on that into things, not just for this one, but we're going to have this a lot, for, you know, not allowing the management companies to just have free rein indefinitely over these open spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Chester, please.
I'd like to move approval, please, Chair.
Is that seconded, please? Councillor Whittam. And I've got Councillor Bull waiting to... I think you've finished speaking, Councillor Chester. Councillor Bull.
Going to come back on that. I appreciate the concerns about management committees, but I think before you put in a condition suggesting that parish councils should have the option, I'm not sure many parish councils would necessarily want to take it over, because they would immediately have to put their precept up. So I'm not sure that would be a runner.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Right. No other members. Officers, over to you.
Thank you. So the Section 106 agreement was drafted and signed and completed before the outline application was determined or issued by the local planning authority. So the Section 106 has been drafted, has been completed, and now sits with the outline application. And so it's not on the file for the reserve matters because it sits with the outline. The link, and I wonder if my screen could be shared again, please. The second one, the most northerly one there, the link across the busy A134, Sicklesmere Road or the Sudbury Road, the details of the proper pedestrian crossing were subject to a condition on the outline. I believe that is a condition that needs to be discharged, and if my memory serves me correct, is currently with the local planning authority. The trigger point for that crossing was secured under the outline, and so there will be a crossing, a link into Naughton Park, and the outline covered that off. The delivery of the link from the primary school, when the primary school comes online, of the pedestrian cycle route, that would be secured, and officers would make sure that comes on at the appropriate time as well. One of the conditions before you requires the maintenance of the cycleways, and I think Rachel wants to pick up on the rest of the comments on Manco. I'll stop saying.
Manco, management companies. That's okay, thank you. So without access to the information that I need to probably answer this properly, in relation to this site in particular, I have to say I don't know whether there's a management company condition either in the Section 106 or the outline planning permission. If there isn't, we would be looking to add that to this reserve matters application, and I suggest that we perhaps do that in consultation with the chair and vice chairs of committee once I've been able to clarify that for you. I think that's everything.
Thank you, Rachel. So that's final officer. Right. Here we go. We have a proposal from Councillor Chester, seconded by Councillor Whittam, to approve this application in line with the officer's recommendation for approval. So can I see a show in hands in favour of that, please? And is there anyone against, please? No? Abstention?
So that's 13 votes in favour and 1 abstention. Motion is carried and the application approved.
Thank you, everybody. Now, Neil, can I just ask, is there anybody else wanting to leave this room at the end now? So there'd be you and Jonathan and the gentleman at the back. Could you just go and Sharon is standing by the door. She'll escort you out the building. Thank you very much. Okay, members, we move on to the final item. Jim, what is the record for a finishing time in terms of lateness? We're 4 o'clock. Oh, well. No. And please, I don't want you to stretch it out just to beat the record, in all fairness. Thank you, Councillor Dicker. Right, this is the application for 30 to 38 High Street, Haverhill, and Claire was the case officer, but because of the lateness, she's had to go. Dave is going to make the presentation. So when you're ready, Dave.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Thank you, Rachel. Yes, Claire has had to leave, and I suggest she's perhaps not the only one that's keen to go. So I'll keep this as brief as I can. This is an application which is before the committee solely because it is an application on behalf of West Suffolk Council. It seeks the partial change of use from professional services to Class F1, which is education provision on part of the ground floor and part of the first floor at numbers 30 to 38 High Street, Haverhill. Just by way of a brief update, we have had a representation since the report and the late papers were published, so I'm just updating you on this now, from Town Councillor John Burns, which I will just briefly summarise, and it relates to concerns about cycle parking in the vicinity. My officer response is included in italics, which notes that there is on-street cycle parking available near the site, and that our focus in the report has been on ensuring additional cycle parking is provided as per the conditions. Further comment that car parking in the area has not been considered. From our perspective as officers, the site is in a town centre location where wider public car parks are available for those that choose to access the town centre in such a manner. Query why recent planning applications on the site were not referenced in the report. Again, officer reports generally include directly relevant previous history rather than the entirety of any planning history. Querying the need for the restrictive opening hours, again, as a matter of defining the extent of the planning permission, if granted, the hours that are suggested by condition are those that are requested by the applicant. Querying how students from outside town will get to the facility after 6:30 that otherwise rely on public transport. Again, officers note this is a town centre location, more accessible than most other locations. And comment that there is a TRO, a traffic regulation order on High Street, which prohibits ridden cycles between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Monday to Friday. Again, visitors to the site, if they choose to cycle, will be expected to comply with the terms of that traffic regulation order. And again, querying how disabled access into the building will be achieved. Again, this is a change of use and the existing access arrangements will be maintained. Site is shown in the middle of the site on the south side toward the southern end of Haverhill High Street. Again, the extent of the application is shown within the red line. Wider land also within the ownership of the applicant, in this case West Suffolk Council, is shown within blue. This is the existing arrangement and site plan that show that the footprint of the building largely fills the site, albeit there are some external areas nominally towards the front and some cycle parking storage shown at the rear of the site. The floor plans associated with this proposed change of use indicate a smaller area on the ground floor with a larger area on the first floor and a number of individual study stroke lecture stroke tuition rooms available as part of the proposed education use. We have a street scene showing looking southeast, so the building is shown in the top left, highlighted with a large black arrow. And then a similar view, but from the other side, looking north along High Street. The building itself is shown again with the black arrow. And then a further view from further along High Street, again looking north, showing the building on the left-hand side of the road. In terms of consultancy comments, there are no objections from any statutory consultees highlighted on the slide behind us. Key to note is that the support from the economic development team, notwithstanding the nominal loss of the site for employment use, strong recognition is given by the economic development team to the development of a skills centre within the town centre and the wider benefits this would bring to the local community. Again, we have support from Haverhill Town Council and no representations received other than that, I beg your pardon, which I have already updated on. No comments from the ward member. So to conclude, in terms of our position here, this is a change of use with no obvious effect on the character and appearance of the area. Internal changes are otherwise relatively modest. There has been, as you will see from the report, some very modest noted conflict with policy DM30, that policy which seeks to restrict and protect land within employment use. This is a small scale change of use of part of the building on a building that is otherwise vacant. There is some weight to attach against the scheme as a result, but officers supported by the economic development team are satisfied that the wider benefits significantly outweigh any moderate conflict with policy. No objection from Suffolk County Council's local highway authority, no objection from public health and housing officers, and the proposal is therefore recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. There are no public speakers, so it goes straight into the committee debate, and I have got Councillor Whittam.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I propose that we accept the officer's recommendation on this and approve this application?
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded, Councillor London, and you are next to speak.
We were very hot on the press to get to the buttons on time. I don't want to stymie any debate if anyone wants to have a debate, but I think this is a very, very good proposal, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor David Smith, please.
Yeah, thanks. I thought the local members would get a chance to speak first, but never mind. Thank you. No, Councillor Burns' comments on there, but I don't think they are enough to sort of stop this application going through. We've been waiting long enough for it to be brought back into public use, and it'd be a great addition to the High Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Yes, seeing Councillor Burns' name up there brought back shivers. But he was an excellent Development Control Committee representative. Councillor Neal, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if the Chair would propose a comfort break at this moment in time.
I would suggest it might hasten the motion if I said no. All right. I do assume you've taken that as a jest, isn't it? You're not. It's not your age or anything, no. Okay. Councillor Miller-Jones.
Thank you. I don't have anything in particular to add. I just wanted to add my voice of support as a member for Haverhill. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. So there's nothing for officers to respond to. Right. I'm going to go straight for it. It's been proposed for approval by Councillor Whittam and seconded by Councillor London. In line with the officer recommendation of approval, can I see a show of hands in favour, please? Yeah.
That appears to be unanimous. The motion is carried and the application is approved.
Thank you, members. It's been a long day. Now, Helen, does the same principle apply? Can you just members, just bear with me. Members,
sorry, can we ask that you don't go out via main reception,
Yes.
please? If you're parked out the front, we do have another door that I can take you to. But we don't, there's a current incident happening in main reception and we've been asked to avoid it.
And that's why I had to call anyone leaving to meet with Sharon.
But if you don't know the way to go, let me know and I'll show you.
And there as well.
Yes, I spoke to him.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you got that.